Our protagonist, Tan Nak, while flying to Japan to find the whereabouts of his missing father, was accidentally caught up in a series of strange events. A Japanese man accidentally saw a doll wearing a kimono. But then he was immediately murdered by the doll in front of Tan Nak. But strangely, only he could see this on the whole plane. After that, Tan Nak was informed that he was caught in something called a curse, related to something called Thin Yin horror. Specifically, let's watch this Lin D series together. Revealing to everyone that the protagonist is extremely intelligent, calculating like a god, ready to plot against his so-called teammates. Passengers on flights to Tokyo should note that flight SW444 has now begun check-in procedures at the airport. Passengers on this flight are invited to proceed to gate 17. At this time at the airport, my friend Truong Lo kept asking the protagonist's Tan Nak, "Mr. Tan, do you really want to go to Japan? Do you know Japanese?" Tan Nak didn't say much, just told the other two that I had decided, "I'm going to the bathroom for a moment." Truong Lo, I keep wondering about this, why does Mr. Tan look so strange? How can two people become friends? You also find him strange, right? I once asked him a question before. If I fell into the river and was about to drown, he didn't know how to swim. So how does he plan to save you? Do you know how he answered? He said he would take advantage of everything around him to save him. If nothing happened, he would just watch him drown, then warn others. If you don't know how to swim, don't be foolish and come closer. The girl was surprised. Oh my god, he didn't even say he would go into the water to save you. Truong Lo said again, he said that if a person doesn't know how to swim and goes to save someone else, the chance of both people dying is 100%. Thinking back, Tan Nak's words actually made a lot of sense, but was it a bit too rude for him to say it so directly? At this time, Tan Nak was in the bathroom washing his face to regain consciousness, and at the same time remembered the words his father had said on the phone earlier. "If you don't receive the postcard I sent from Japan in half a year, then go to Japan immediately." Sure enough, he was still being so irresponsible. Suddenly, behind Tan Nak, a middle-aged man spoke up. "Hey, don't stare at yourself for too long in the mirror. As the old saying goes, if you do that, the thing in the mirror will steal your soul." Tan Nak replied, "Is that so? This is the dual consequence of the phenomenon of semantic saturation and the uncanny valley, a human-like thing. Being unfamiliar, having a face identical to yourself is the best choice to trigger the uncanny valley phenomenon." When the other man heard that, he didn't say much to Tan Nak anymore. Is that so? I hope everything in this world can be explained by science. After going to the bathroom, Tan Nak went back out to meet his friend Truong Lo and his girlfriend. I don't understand why Tan Nak paid attention to the middle-aged guy who was in the bathroom earlier. Why does he look so worried and scared? Is it because he has blood pressure? Or is there a fear of heights? Very quickly when boarding the plane, the middle-aged man was led to seat 13F by the flight attendant, where he sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't seem to follow up here. Maybe this time I will succeed. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. Tan Nak's sitting position is right next to the other man. Oh, is he the one who was in the bathroom earlier? Looking closely, I see why he looks like someone I know. Leaving now is not the time to think about this. He was left behind in another country. Just endure for 3 days and we will succeed. Time passed very quickly. A few hours passed. Tan Nak couldn't sleep, so he took out a few books to read while bored. In his hand was a picture of a red devil mask. Those thoughts entered Tan Nak's head again, and he said he would wait until I was 20 years old to tell me my mother's whereabouts. Yet he disappeared. If it weren't for wanting to know his mother's whereabouts, I wouldn't care about his life or death. Now I have to go to Japan to find him. Time continued to pass some more. At this time, Tan Nak fell asleep. And the man next to him woke up from his sleep. His face looked like he had just experienced a nightmare. After looking sideways for a while, he suddenly discovered that there was a doll wearing a kimono in front of him. The man, like a lost soul, bent down and picked up the doll. I wonder if this is the toy you dropped. Like the person in the upper row with his head turned 180 degrees asked, and at the same time no eyes or nose or mouth asked him, "What did you just say?" This scene scared the man out of his soul. Not stopping there, he suddenly saw a headless body appear from the plane. It was slowly moving closer to him step by step. Meanwhile, the head of the other body was not far away, the other head's eyes even fell out. While everyone on the plane was sleeping soundly, they were startled awake by the man's screams of fear. What the hell? Is he mentally ill? What are you screaming in the middle of the night? Why have nightmares? The flight attendant came to ask about the man. What's going on? Do you need any help from us? He was covered in sweat and turned to ask Tan-Nak next to him. You saw it too, right? You saw that thing too. After a few seconds, Tan-Nak asked him again, what are you talking about? What do you see? The man thought he was wrong. Quickly sat down on the chair and apologized to Tan-Nak. But Tan-Nak spoke to the flight attendant. I have panic attacks, please help me change to another seat. If not being able to change seats leads to a recurrence of my panic attacks, in the event that the crew agrees to take full responsibility, I may not need to change seats. Hearing that, the flight attendant was a bit startled. Please wait a moment and I will change your seat right away. So very quickly Tan-Nak was arranged for another empty seat instead of being next to that strange man. Seeing this, his friend Truong Lo also asked if anything was wrong. Tan-Nak shook his head and said it was nothing. There is nothing, but is there really nothing? Because right now in Tan-Nak's sight was the image of the doll whose hair the other kimono was using to wrap tightly around the man's neck. His screams continued to echo on the plane, and the passengers above began to feel extremely uncomfortable. The flight attendant had to come in front of the other person and announce, "Sir, if you continue to make noise like that, we will have to apply special measures to you." But at this time, the man only knew how to open his mouth wide and scream. The screams continued to echo. Then, with a whooshing sound, that strange man was drooling and his entire face was bruised. His eyes turned white, as if they wanted to pop out, then he collapsed on the chair in front of the two flight attendants. Right at his feet was the doll wearing a red kimono. A flight attendant quickly covered the man's face with a towel. Another flight attendant announced, "Sorry, this person had a nightmare, we have resolved it well, hope everyone can rest assured." After that, the flight attendant immediately picked up the doll from the ground and put it somewhere else. Tan-Nak was still wondering in his heart what the hell that strange doll was. I hope that flight attendant won't bring it to the captain. Why did the scene just happen that only I and that Japanese man saw? The head flight attendant took it away and nothing strange happened. Maybe it was because the Japanese guy saw the doll that he was killed. So what about me? While thinking, Tan-Nak looked at the Japanese man's ants-covered body. Suddenly, Tan-Nak saw him open his eyes and look back at him, his eyes glowing red. Just staring at Tan-Nak, this scene scared Tan-Nak a little. Why is he looking at me? What does he want to say? I don't understand why suddenly Tan-Nak was pulled to another space. Here everything was pitch black. There was only him and the headless body along with the doll's head. Why can't I move? Who is that thing in front of me? She is that doll, that's right, too similar, especially that hair part. Mr. Tan, the flight attendant's voices woke up Tan-Nak to ask about the illusion. Everything on the plane remained the same, the body of the Japanese man was still motionless next to it. Was what you just experienced just a dream? Tan-Nak asked the flight attendant what happened when calling me. It's like this, because after you switched places with Mr. Taguchi suddenly died, so. Well, don't misunderstand, according to Japanese police procedure, they only require you to answer a few simple questions, so I hope you'll be able to cooperate. Tan-Nak nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." The flight attendant thanked Tan-Nak for his cooperation. "Oh yes, we have landed at Tokyo Airport, please prepare your luggage." Tan-Nak sighed so quickly, that dream was so real and terrifying, that strange illusion, how long did it last? At the same time, below Tokyo Airport, "This girl was Truong Min Mai," she said, "he has returned. This time there were only 3 of us. Speaking of which, I haven't even met that old man Taguchi yet." The person next to him named Lu Dai-sun also spoke up. "This guy is truly a brave man, daring to bring demons abroad. If he can really succeed, we should thank him profusely." Sure enough, the man these two were talking about was the Japanese man on Tan Nak's plane. I have a bad feeling, will he really succeed? Dai-sun said next door. Except for the curse-related thing, I don't care about anything else. Okay, let's go pick up that old Taguchi. After arriving at the airport, Tan Nak temporarily said goodbye to Truan Lo and two people. They wondered if Tan Nak was not going to go together. Actually, because Tan Nak had something to do, he had to leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, a security guard came to inform Tan Nak to invite him to go this way. Truan Lo didn't know what happened to Tan Nak, so he told his girlfriend to go rest somewhere and wait for him to finish work, at least have a meal together before leaving. The girlfriend doesn't seem very happy, but she still has to listen to Truan Lo. It's okay, don't be angry anymore. Look, I have something for you, Truan Lo said as he took out a kimono doll. The girl was very happy when she saw this doll. When did you buy it? Specially prepared for you. Truan Lo explained, just now I saw the flight attendant holding it, thinking that you would like this very much, so I asked her, but unexpectedly the flight attendant gave it to me too. But Truan Lo was startled for a moment, because when the image of his girlfriend holding the doll was reflected in the mirror, the doll was nowhere to be seen, as if it were an invisible object. Going back to Tan Nak, so to say, Mr. Tan was just dissatisfied with Taguchi's constant screaming, so he asked to change seats, right? Afterwards, he and the flight attendant witnessed Taguchi's sudden death on the plane. Tan Nak nodded, completely agreeing with the words of the Japanese police. They have nothing left to suspect Tan Nak, so thank you Mr. Tan for your cooperation and wish you a happy trip. Just leaving the police station, Tan Nak saw his friend Truan Lo still waiting there. Tan Nak approached and asked him, where did his girlfriend Lai Lin go? Truan Lo said she was going to the bathroom. Wait until she comes out, let's go have a meal. Wait until you find a place to live, I'll take Lai Lin out later. By the way, Tan Nak, I told him he should also find himself a girlfriend. Tan Nak didn't pay attention to Truan Lo's words, just worriedly asked her how long it had been since she went to the bathroom. Truan Lo said Tan Nak was inside answering questions, but Lai Lin went to the bathroom every now and then. At this moment, two mysterious people who were outside the airport also appeared passing by. Suddenly Tan Nak had a bad feeling. Could something happen to Lai Lin? At this time, Lai Lin was in the women's restroom preparing her appearance. Suddenly, the doll in Lai Lin's bag fell out. Fortunately, Lai Lin reacted in time to catch the doll, but that's why Lai Lin discovered it. Her image in the mirror was not holding any doll. What the hell happened? When Lai Lin looked down at the doll she was holding in her hand, it seemed to be slowly turning its head 180 degrees to look at her. Then suddenly the doll became extremely scary, scaring Lai Lin so much, she quickly threw the doll away, at the same time screaming for help, Truan Lo. But the bathroom door could not be opened, and the doll was now behind her with an extremely scary smile. Outside the women's restroom, a few girls wanted to go inside to use the bathroom but found the door was locked. Why would anyone lock the bathroom door like this? Could it be that the lock is broken? At this time, the two mysterious people also recognized Tan Nak. According to the investigation, he was the person sitting next to Taguchi on the plane. Perhaps he knew something. At this time, Truan Lo was extremely worried about Lai Lin inside. Hey Lai Lin, can you hear me? But there was no response at all. Tan Nak and Truan Lo combined their strength to break open the bathroom door, but just like that, there was an invisible force from inside blocking the door. Although both of them used a lot of strength but it still had no effect, suddenly Truan Lo heard Lai Lin's voice ring out, Truan Lo, help me. Inside the mirror, the mysterious girl suddenly ran all the way inside, quickly breaking the mirror, smashing all the mirrors inside. Other people behind were then asked to move by security forces. They did not know what was going on in the bathroom. Tan Nak asked the person if he had a key to the bathroom. He shook his head. The bathroom cannot be locked, so there is no lock. The other girl said, so you guys quickly find tools to break the door, hurry up or else something will happen to the people inside. Truan Lo became more and more panicked. Would Lai Lin be okay? Why didn't she hear any sound anymore? Why did they tell her to break the mirror? Suddenly, the tightly closed bathroom door opened. Lai Lin ran out from inside, crying and hugging Truan Lo. His friend Truong Lo rubbed Lai Lin's face to comfort her. Luckily, it was okay, but for some reason, when his fingers touched Lai Lin's face, he felt a chill that penetrated his bones. Seeing that Lai Lin was okay, Tan Nok couldn't understand why there was still a strange feeling in his heart. Suddenly Tan Nok turned around and asked the two mysterious people behind him, "Is the person named Taguchi your friend?" The girl Truong Mai asked Tan Nok again. "You've seen that thing before, right?" Tan Nok nodded, although I didn't know if what she said was what I was thinking, but if it was the same then I had seen it. Hearing that, the other two suddenly showed a cunning smile. Did they see that? Then welcome to the scary party, you won't be able to leave on your own. I'm Sato Akemi, my Chinese name is Truong Mai, you've dreamed about that too, right? Tan Nok nodded. But why can only I see? There must have been at least 200 people on the plane, is it because I sat closest to Taguchi? Truong Mai said, I don't know, the process of each person being chosen by the vow is different. Mr. Tan, you must come with us now, otherwise all three of us will be killed by that thing. Tan Nok wondered, what do you mean? I am also one of the targets of that thing, and we will also die like that Taguchi guy. Dai-sun said, from the moment you dreamed of that thing, you took Taguchi's place, don't even think about running away, you can't escape. Wouldn't Taguchi still die if he ran to China? Truong Mai said again, we are not necessarily doomed to die. Mrs. Dong told me how to resolve this prayer. If we can do it again, we will still have a chance to survive. Tan Nok asked Truong Mai, can you tell me, is it mandatory to act with you guys? Dai-sun replied, of course it is necessary. We all dreamed about it, the scenes in this dream would constantly appear during the curse. The information that each person receives is patchy. Fragments, all cursed people must exchange information with each other to find the most complete information, thereby finding a way to survive. Furthermore, it's best for you not to use cell phones, experience tells us. The devil will be very talented and will find out our location through the phone, or send false information, guiding people into traps that he has already set up. Tan Nok sighed, okay then I will go with you too, but is this doll the essence of that thing? It was the demon the two people mentioned. Hearing Tan Nok's question, both of them were startled and surprised. Did you see that thing inside this doll? Could it be that the abnormality of the bathroom door just now was caused by this doll? Was Taguchi's death also caused by him? It would be great if that thing was inside a doll. It will only be a puppet, it will not be able to overcome two types of abilities, one of the two possibilities can be confirmed to enter the doll's body, then we will be on the more proactive side. Tan Nok doesn't understand Truong Mai's words very well, what does Koi Loi mean? Is that the name of that thing? At this moment, Truong Lo spoke up from behind, old lady, I'll take Lai Lin to find a place to rest first, after making arrangements for her, we'll meet again later. Tan Nok asked Truong Lo, the doll in your bag, can I temporarily keep it? Tan Nok took the doll from Truong Lo and guided him around, taking good care of Lai Lin. If it's not really important, don't contact me. Truong Lo also understood the meaning of Tan Nok's words, nodded and led Lai Lin to leave. After the two Truong Lo left, the girl Truong Mai also said to Tan Nok, let's leave this place first, time is very urgent. Entering the elevator, Tan Nok asked Truong Mai and Koi Loi what she was talking about earlier. To explain simply, it was the level of the origin. In the initial stage of the curse, all those who are cursed can see the level of the curse in their dreams, from low to high, Koi Loi, white, black, blue, and pink are the highest level. The original level Kolii will not possess more than two types of abilities. They have the ability to attach to objects, but cannot attack in front of many people. Otherwise its existence will be erased by the power of the real world. Tan Nok understood, which meant that as time went on, the stronger the primordial levels became, the more terrifying their power would be. Even if you kill someone in front of a crowd, the statement itself will not be affected at all, Truong Mai continued. Not only that, from level H and above, they can even bend reality, change perception, nothing is impossible. Luckily, words from level H will normally appear at a fixed point, and cannot be left out because of that. Otherwise, the disorder will not only be in Japan, but will be in the whole world. But these things have nothing to do with us right now. This Koi Loi level speech lasts a total of 3 days, starting from today. Mrs. Dong also told us what to do in the dream. The purpose of this time was not too complicated. As long as we find that thing's body while it's constantly sneaking attacks on us, then expose its body to the sunlight, the curse will be lifted. Tan Nok wondered, if it can't kill people in public, why don't we take it directly to a crowded place and wait 3 days? Truongmai said, if Mrs. Dong said the mission was to survive for 3 days, then we could absolutely do that, but the original requirement was to find its hidden sea bones in 3 days. During these 3 days, if we just sit in crowded public places, there won't be too much danger. But at the end of the 3 days, if we still haven't resolved the curse, we will be immediately killed by an invisible force. Mr. Tan, there is one more thing. I hope you can explain clearly why you want to bring that doll with you, otherwise I cannot agree to let you bring it in the car. Tan Nok replied, you still don't understand why. It also has 2 effects, one of which is to help us continue to live. Tan Nok's words made the other 2 people not understand, but they still agreed to let Tan Nok bring the doll into the car. Continuing with the existing salt, our current situation is very poor. What I saw in my dream was Tokyo. What Mr. Dai-sun dreamed about was a family name, Kobayashi. This is all we know. Tokyo has 23 wards, 26 cities, 5 towns, 8 villages. Kobayashi is a large Japanese family. There are too many people, we only have 3 days, it is completely impossible to find it. So Mr. Tan, the news you dreamed about is extremely important. Without your dream, we wouldn't be able to find the place where it used to live. Tan Nok held the doll in his hand and told me, I dreamed about its appearance. It was a woman. Its head was chopped off, its body was hidden in a hole. The rats were constantly nibbling, and she was a very beautiful woman. So that means now we need to find a beautiful woman. Kobayashi's family is in Tokyo, so the search scope cannot be narrowed much further. 3 days is completely insufficient to search. According to Truongmai, they are not looking for the current girl. They have to find a girl like that but has been missing for a long time. Maybe by the time the police investigate the information, there will probably be some clues, but these days the first thing we have to pay attention to is surviving. Tan Nok spoke up, I have a way. Looking at Tan Nok holding the doll in his hand, the other 2 asked. The way you said it has nothing to do with this doll, right? What do you want to use this doll for? Protection talisman, Tan Nok replied, I want to bring it to the most crowded place. You guys still don't understand. The bad vow can't do anything against common sense in front of others, just use everyone's eyes to lock it into the doll. Then 3 days later we won't have to endure any sneak attacks, so that's it. Mr. Tan is indeed very smart. That's so powerful, Tan Nok breathed out. If I was so powerful, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. Is it okay for us to discuss this in front of that thing? Truongmai said it was okay. Not long ago, it sneak attacked that guy's girlfriend. After launching the sneak attack, the power of the foul prayer will subside for a period of time. During this time, it won't be able to sense the outside world, otherwise I wouldn't let you bring this thing in the car. It just needs no one to pay attention to it for a while. It can escape using the devil's tricks and then continue to chase and kill us. What must be done to make it continuously be stared at by people for 3 days? Tan Nok pointed in one direction and said, we can rely on that one. It turns out that what Tan Nok had was just a towering advertising screen in the middle of the city center. Right at the foot of that billboard were countless Japanese people walking around continuously. Truongmai nodded, I understand what you mean. I know a few friends in Shibuya district who used a camera to broadcast its image live and then broadcast it on a big screen for 3 days. Surely it can be done. Shibuya is known as the 24-hour neighborhood that never sleeps. There will always be people looking at it from the big screen. Then it won't be able to attack us. Very quickly all 3 people arrived at the police station. As soon as they got out of the car, Tan Nok gave Dai-sun the doll. Take it to Shibuya, transfer its image to the big screen and let me do it. As soon as Dai-sun looked at the doll, he felt scared. Why me? Besides, don't give me orders. Tan Nok snorted. This is not an order, but something only he can do right now. Dai-sun kept wondering, why can't two people do it but me? Tan-nak said, the first time this doll killed someone was on a plane right after takeoff. The second time was in the bathroom when I first arrived in Japan, which was about 2.5 hours after the first time. Tan-nak asked Truongmai how long it took from here to Shibuya. It seemed like about an hour and a half. The time interval between each attack of this healing curse is 2.5 hours. From here to Shibuya takes an hour and a half. If we don't handle this quickly now, it will soon wake up and continue to attack. Truongmai immediately pulled out her business card and gave it to Dai-sun. When you get to Shibuya, go to the Dujin building to find a person named Miko. I will contact her first. Dai-sun kept wondering, why me? Based on what? What about Mr. Tan? Why wasn't he the one who went on this mission? Tan-nak snorted. If he knew the exact face of that female ghost, he could still identify her face from the police records. Then you stay here, and I'll go to Shibuya instead. Hearing that, Dai-sun immediately became speechless. Okay, then I'll go to Shibuya, right? I hope your guess is correct, otherwise all three of us won't make it. After Dai-sun left, Truongmai contacted an acquaintance from the police. He told us to go to the coffee shop next door first. He'll come over there to find us later. Later at the coffee shop, Truongmai asked Tan-nak. Mr. Tan came to Japan to travel? Tan-nak shook his head, I came to find someone. Tan-nak also asked Truongmai, are you a single mother? Truongmai was surprised, how did you know this? It's not too difficult, she told me herself. On her thumbnail there is a scribble. If it's not a unique thought, then I guess it was drawn by a kindergartner. Or maybe it's because I'm also someone who grew up in a single-parent family, so I can feel that she has a child. Moreover, the relationship between the two is very close. In addition, she does not wear a ring on her ring finger, but wears a ring on her index finger, the finger that symbolizes being single. Her expression now seemed to say, this guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be that he's a pervert? From behind Truongmai a man appeared. It's really you, Truongmai. Why did you suddenly come to Tokyo? As soon as she saw this person appear, Truongmai immediately stood up and bowed solemnly. Mr. Mizaki, I have something I need your help with. This matter is extremely important. I hope you can agree to help me this time. Mizaki saw Truongmai bowing like that and was immediately awkward. So who is this person next to Ms. Truongmai? Having said that, he looked towards Tan-nak. Oh, he is Tan-nak. It's my friend from China. Mr. Mizaki, you have to help me this time. Only you can help me. Then Truongmai leaned close to Mizaki's ear and said something. After listening, Mizaki's face suddenly changed. Miss Truongmai, how could that be possible? No way, I can't help you with this. If you want to have a long-awaited meal tonight, I'm ready. If that's the case, then I'll go first. Suddenly Truongmai grabbed Mizaki's hand tightly. This is not a request anymore. Are you afraid that the matter will be exposed and you will be fired? I guarantee you if you don't do what I say. Then he will also be fired. Any more would be immediate dismissal. Then Truongmai turned and smiled at Tan-nak. Mr. Tan, he agreed. Returned to Dai-sun's side. At this time he had reached the territory of Shibuya district. For some reason, he always had the feeling that someone was staring at him wherever he was. It's true that it takes some time for Koi Eloi to recover, but that brat Tan-nak deduced was about 2.5 hours. It's just a guess based on the time between the two previous attacks. Is there ever a time period that is actually an hour? The reason why the next attack took 2.5 hours was because this thing still hadn't found the right opportunity to attack. This is not impossible, right? While thinking, Dai-sun was not careful, and with a person walking next to him holding a newspaper looking at the other person's newspaper, Dai-sun suddenly thought to himself, Meiji Temple? That's right, if even ghosts can appear, then will gods also exist? Is it safe to stay at Meiji Temple? Will there be divine protection? Then it's decided. After showing this on the big screen, I'll go to Meiji Temple to hide. You gave me this dangerous mission. Then I'll leave it to you to find his body. So it's not too much, is it? The scene changes to his friend Truon Lo and his girlfriend Lai Lin. At this time, it seemed that Lai Lin had fallen into a deep sleep. Truon Lo went into the bathroom to smoke and then pondered. Those two strangers don't seem to be too close to the Jade God. Why did he suddenly follow them? Was he threatened by them? Maybe when Lai Lin wakes up, I'll go find the Jade God and ask what's going on. But when Truon Lo walked out of the bathroom, Lean Master Lai Lin, who was sleeping, suddenly stood in front of him as if waiting for him. But strangely, Lai Lin's face was so black at this time that nothing could be seen clearly. Returning to Dai Sun, the swinging building was right in front of him. As soon as Dai Sun arrived, a girl came to ask, "Are you Mr. Dai Sun?" Dai Sun nodded. "You are Miko, Truong Mai's acquaintance, just confirmed your identity." Dai Sun immediately gave Miko the doll in his hand. She quickly took this thing. "Surely Miss Truong Mai has told you everything that needs to be done, right? Just do what she says and you'll be fine. I have urgent work to do first, so it's not convenient." Dai Sun then immediately jumped into a taxi and told the driver to go to Meiji Temple. Everything happened so fast that Miko didn't even have time to understand specifically what was going on. "Truong Mai, I have completed my work." If the doll was not shown on the big screen after that, it could only be because she trusted the wrong person, and had nothing to do with me Dai Sun. Returning to Truong Lo, his whole body was sweating profusely. Is the thing in front of me really Lai Lin? After a few seconds of hesitation, Truong Lo mustered up the courage to pick up the lighter in his hand to turn on some light. It seems that it is Lai Lin's face that Truong Lo already knows. But there is a slight difference that her head is not on her neck at all. It's in my hand, but that head can still talk. After that, only Truong Lo's scream could be heard. At the same time, Tan Nak's side was looking at the files provided by the Japanese police. "Is this all?" Mizaki Guy said. "That's all. There are only 5 missing women named Kobayashi in Tokyo. That's all the information our police have. But Tan Nak has carefully observed all 5 people. There is definitely no such thing in these 5 people." Tan Nak asked. "So are there any murder cases that have been convicted, but whose bodies have not been found?" To this question, Mizaki spoke. "Once convicted, there is indeed one person left. Apparently, in the Tabashi area, a remote area near Satama province, a kidnapping and murder case occurred. The victim in that case was a high school female student. She was kidnapped by an otaku named Shinsuke while on her way home from school. After that, this guy confessed in a rather confusing way, saying that he was not careful enough to kill someone. But when the police questioned him about the body, he refused to open his mouth. Maybe it's him." Tan Nak and Truong Mai both wanted to meet this murderer in person. But police officer Mizaki said, "I really can't help with this matter. Because that killer is dead. He gave the rune to end himself. So we can roughly grasp it like this. That thing's name is Kobayashi Yuka, female, 17 years old, residing in the Tabashi area." "But Mr. Tan, even the Japanese police could not find Yuka's body. Can we find out?" Tan Nak read the file and answered, "This must be searched to find out. Besides, I roughly have a few clues already." Hearing that, Truong Mai was very happy. "If there's anything wrong, just tell me. I will try my best to help if possible." "Oh right, Mr. Tan. You look so young. Can you tell me how old you are?" Tan Nak replied simply, "Prepare 20, what?" Truong Mai said, "But suddenly I remembered 2 companions who were about the same age as him. They were extremely powerful." "Companion?" Tan Nak wondered, would all the people caught up in the curse call each other companions? That's right, every time Thin Yen horror happens, specific information about the curse is sent to various cursed people through dreams. If someone hides it, it will be difficult for everyone to survive. So we are tied together by a rope. Being on the same side is also being a companion. Frankness and solidarity are the foundation. Trusting each other is what gets us through this. Tan Nok spoke up. But in my opinion, Dai Sun Guy doesn't seem to think like this at all. That's right, so what's that scary thin yen you're talking about again? Mrs. Dawn once told me. The so-called thin yen is the name of the curse we are entangled in. And we are the sacrifices offered to the devil at this banquet table. Sacrifice? Thin yen? Suddenly Tan Nok felt that these words were extremely familiar. Where have you heard it from? With my memory, it is impossible to forget. So strange. At this time, Dai Sun was in a taxi moving to Meiji Temple. Not okay, not okay. At least I have to see for sure that the doll has been brought to the big screen. If this goes wrong, it will eventually be impossible to find the living body of the demon. So no matter how much I run away, I can't escape. In the end, you will still have to die suddenly. Suddenly, as if thinking clearly, Dai Sun said to Uncle Tai. Turn around, Mr. Tai, go back to the Dujin building. Dai Sun sighed. I can't die yet. Absolutely do not die here. A month ago, I drove my mother and younger brother to the suburbs to camp. We have been planning this trip for a long time. But because work is so busy, I keep putting it off. Everyone was extremely happy. The whole family chattered and chatted nonstop along the way. I originally thought that this was a time to rest like before. But I didn't expect that an accident would completely change my life. After the collision, I saw a coffin in front of the car that collided with mine. Did I crash into a tank? I worriedly considered the situation of the two children. It seemed like they were just a little scratched, nothing serious. But when I looked over, my mother next to me was no longer alive. She was hit and her entire face was deformed. The next day at the police station, I was called in to give a statement. What nonsense are you talking about? There were absolutely no tanks at the scene. What kind of car do you drive? I don't remember what I crashed into. According to the police investigation, that day at the scene of the accident, there was no sign of a tank carrying a coffin at all. Everything is like an illusion. My car crashed into a tree on the side of the road. The final cause was concluded to be because I was not driving carefully. Mother did not survive. The younger brother and sister were taken to relatives' homes. From their eyes, I saw the purest hatred. Everything that happened was my fault. Until Truong Mai appeared and told me, everything was not my fault. They also saw with their own eyes that demons really existed in this world. Returning to reality, Dai Sun promised himself that he would not be able to lose any more people who believed in him. That's why he returned to the Dujin building. Returned to Tan Nok's side. While sitting in the car, Tan Nok received a phone call from his friend Truong Lo. As soon as he answered the phone, Truong Lo trembled on the other end of the line. Tan Nok? There are demons, there really are demons. Tan Nok worriedly asked Truong Lo to calm down. Did something happen to Lai Lin? Lai Lin, she turned into a ghost. I was smoking in the bathroom just now. She suddenly appeared in front of me. She put her head down and was still able to talk. It's so scary, that face really can't be that of a human. I used a mop to block the toilet. I then went through the hanging window to the next room and escaped from there. What should I do, Tan Nok? I'm so scared I don't know what to do anymore. Tan Nok replied, Truong Lo, I need to go do something important right now. Go to a crowded place first, like a big supermarket. After turning off the phone, Truong Mai asked what happened to his friend. Tan Nok said he saw Yuka. It seems you were right. Its ability is the ability to enter the body. The first time it entered the doll. And this time it entered the body of girl Lai Lin. That is to say, the doll in Dai Sun's hands is now just an empty shell. If Dai-sun sees the image of the doll projected on the big screen, he'll think he's probably safe now. Maybe we should report this to Dai-sun. Dai-sun's side had just returned to the Dujin building when they also received a phone call from Truong Mai. Hello Truong Mai, what's wrong? What happened? But Dai-sun listened for a long time without seeing Truong Mai say anything. The signal keeps getting disconnected. Suddenly, a few drops of red blood dripped straight down from above onto Dai-sun's face. A moment later, Truong Mai's voice rang out. Hello Dai-sun, the demon is no longer inside the doll. As soon as I heard this, I was behind Dai-sun. The Miko who received the doll also fell from above. With a loud sound, fresh blood covered Dai-sun's body. Everyone is around there. Even Dai-sun was scared to death by this scene. Police, someone just jumped from the Dujin building area. The crowd immediately surrounded this place out of curiosity. Dai-sun could not hold back his fear. Quickly run away from the crowd to a quiet place. Mr. Dai-sun, can you hear me clearly? The demon in the doll has changed to possess Tan Nak's friend. Now the doll is just his shell. Please come to Tabashi area quickly. I will send you the location right away. Suddenly Dai-sun spoke up. The shell, do you know what just happened? That girl named Miko that you told me to find. She just fell from the Dujin building. Falling right behind me. She's dead. Hearing that, Truong Mai immediately appeared extremely shocked. Tears rolled down the corners of my eyes. What did you say? Is Miko dead? That's right, she's dead. Surely this was done by the devil. It's the devil in that doll. When Dai-sun turned back to look, he didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He saw the ugly Miko opening her eyes wide and staring at him. As if to say it's all because of you. It's because of you that I'm in this situation. Teacher Truong Mai lost his temper and asked Tan Nak to answer the phone instead. Mr. Dai-sun. Are you sure this was done by that demon doll? Dai-sun has lost control. He screamed, do you want me to bring that doll in front of you to believe it? I do not care anymore. I'll go straight to Meiji Temple. No matter how you want to deal with that thing, you can deal with it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. Tan Nak could only sigh. Another person died? According to what she said, the foul prayer will not change the effect of the two types of abilities. That also means there are only two types at most, right? Miss Truong Mai, try your best. Basically, I already know what Yuka's two types of abilities are. Its first superpower is possession. It can transfer itself to another object regardless of whether it is living or dead. However, this ability may have limitations. Otherwise, it would have continuously changed hosts, possessing all kinds of different objects. The second ability, in my opinion, is probably the ability to clone. Or it can also be said to be uncontrolled. Perhaps even though it had moved to a new object. But it can still not create or use the previous container. Old shells can help it gather information. Or even kill people instead. The death of the other Miko girl will temporarily cause Yuka to return to a silent state. We now have a safe space of 2.5 hours. I think it's best for us. Having said this, Truong Mai suddenly stood up and punched Tan Nak in the face. Mr. Tan, don't be too harsh. Scene changes to Dai-sun. He got in the car and immediately told Mr. Tai to quickly move to the Tabashi area. Uncle Tai's turn to drive a little faster. Uncle Tai saw Dai-sun's whole body sweating. Trembling, I worriedly asked, "Are you sick? Do I need to go back to the hospital?" Dai-sun shouted, "Are you deaf?" I said go to Tabashi area. Drive quickly, don't hesitate anymore. Another person died. In a bustling, crowded place like Shibuya, it still happened. Nothing can stop that thing from striking anymore. Calm down, I need to be calm. At least one thing can be determined. Right now that thing is in Shibuya. The Koi Loi level vow cannot continuously kill people. For the next 2 hours, Tabashi area will be a safe place. Miss Miko, although I feel very sorry for you. But if you want to blame, then blame. Why do you know Truong Mai? Don't blame me. At this moment, Dai-sun's phone rang again. The number was unfamiliar, so he answered the phone. The person calling was Tan Nok. Just heard Tan Nok's voice. Dai-sun screamed again. What else do you want to do? I brought that doll to the Dujin building as you requested. As a result, a girl named Miko jumped from up there. Don't look for me anymore. I won't listen to your head. Tan Nok did not care about what Dai-sun said. Still giving him orders. Please go to the airport to pick someone up. His name is Truong Lo. I've met you at the airport before. Take him to the Tabashi area. And I will find a way to solve the problem. Hearing that, Dai-sun calmed down somewhat. Okay, so this will be the last time I listen to you. Return to Tan Nok's side. Truong Mai asked, Mr. Tan, what if your friend named Truong Lo died? Are you still happy because you spent 2 hours of your time safely? Tan Nok thought to himself. It's like that again. Obviously, I'm just stating the truth. The plan I proposed is also the most effective and accurate. It doesn't go against morality at all. But they don't seem willing to accept it. It's truly strange. Could just staying there crying bring her friend back to life? Isn't it true that Miko's death helped us gain 2 hours of safe time? If you're afraid your friend will encounter a problem like this, so don't rely on her in the first place. Don't let her get involved in this matter. There's also that guy Dai-sun. The doll is in his hand. But the person who died was Miko. Something must have happened in this matter. Moments later, after calming down, Truong Mai came in front of Tan Nok and apologized because I lost control. Hope you forgive me. Tan Nok did not answer but thought to himself. Easy to change, fake. Irregularly, these tears are just to satisfy the sad feelings right now. And it's just a form of guilt for the psychological insecurity of indirectly killing your friend. Moving with these people might not be a good idea. Tan Nok suddenly felt wrong for choosing to go with this group of people. Later at the airport, Dai-sun found Truong Lo waiting here. Tan Nok asked me to come to the airport to pick you up. He's waiting for us in the Tabashi area. Hurry up and get in the car. In the car, Truong Lo expressed fear and spoke to Dai-sun. You know, right? Just now I encountered something strange. Dai-sun thought to himself that this guy has already faced that thing. The brat Tan Nok does not deceive people. Perhaps this name Truong Lo actually has some effect. Very quickly, Truong Lo and Dai-sun were transported to the Tabashi area. Hello Tan Nok, I've arrived in the Tabashi area. Where are you now? But the person who answered the phone was Truong Mai. Dai-sun wondered why it was you, Truong Mai. I pressed redial on the number that just called me. Suddenly Dai-sun heard something from the phone. Yes, he was startled, so he dropped the phone on the ground. After picking up the phone again, Dai-sun trembled and asked if it was you, Tan Nok. Tan Nok replied on the other end of the line. At noon, he went to find a store called Zamoto Fashion Store. I will wait for you there. Dai-sun was angry. What the hell are you trying to do anyway? But Tan Nok had already turned off the phone after finishing speaking. Go to Zamoto Fashion Store again. What the hell was I running there for? Even though it's annoying. But Dai-sun still had to follow Tan Nok's words. Tell Truong Lo behind us to go. As I moved Dai-sun, I felt that just now was very wrong. Something is wrong. Why did the previous call go to Truong Mai's number? Assuming that Tan Nok called before, it was the devil who called. The information that the devil conveys via cell phone cannot be recorded by electronic devices. This is very reasonable. So the last call in the phone history was the call from Truong Mai's phone. So when Dai Sun presses callback, it will actually call Truong Mai's number. If so, it means that the devil disguised himself as Tan Nok and called Dai Sun and asked Dai Sun to lead Truong Lo to that fashion store. Why did the devil want to lead this guy there? Tan Nok's call at that time was after the devil had just killed someone. During this time, the devil must have fallen asleep. It's impossible to set up a new trap. But unless there are two demons or the demon can split itself. While Dai Sun was still thinking, he had already arrived at that fashion store. As soon as he arrived here, Truong Lo went up first and pushed the door open as if he were familiar with this place. This makes Dai Sun even more suspicious. But he still walked inside and asked Tan Nok. Tan Nok, where are you? Suddenly Truong Lo spoke up. He spoke in Japanese. Looks like there's no one here, right? Dai Sun remembers something? This guy is Tan Nok's friend. Doesn't he know Japanese? So is he really the devil? Perhaps when Dai Sun realized something unusual here, it was too late. Truong Lo's whole body radiated purple light. Dai Sun realized. That's right, it's a devil. It was the devil who lured me here. What does this store have to do with the devil? Why did it have to lead me to this place? Immediately after that, Truong Lo's body made continuous cracking sounds. From his body emerged extremely strange things. Very quickly, Truong Lo's entire body completely transformed, becoming something that is neither human nor ghost in front of Dai Sun. It seemed like it was over when Truong Lo's mouth opened wide again. From there the devil's head poked out. This scene scared Dai Sun. He wondered why this happened, why it was always him. Dai Sun secretly thought to take advantage of the opportunity that it had not completely transformed. I have to run away from here. That's right, I have to run towards the crowd. Places with crowds of people. Returning to Truong Mai, she took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Just now it seems like I behaved a bit too much. Obviously he didn't do anything wrong. I turned him off again. Even though what he said was hard to hear. But it's obviously true and his purpose is to comfort me. What am I doing anyway? Why did I let him get into a taxi and act alone? Mr. Tan, make sure nothing happens. While driving, Truong Mai called Tan Nok continuously. But Tan Nok's phone has been subscribed ever since. What should I do? Even though Mr. Tan is smart, he is still just a newbie. He was completely unaware of many survival rules and techniques. If only because of my selfishness something happened to him. I will never be able to forgive myself. While driving, Truong Mai suddenly felt extremely scared. There's something looking at me. Could it be in the car? That can't be possible. The original level return word only has a maximum of 2 abilities. Enter the body and control the thing that has been possessed by it. These are already 2 types of abilities. Demons will not be able to find me by touch. It's even more impossible to teleport onto the car by yourself. Now Truong Mai discovered that Tan Nok's phone was right next to her. What should I do if it's broken? If Tan Nok's friend is possessed by a demon and his cell phone has talked to a demon, then the demon can locate his location through this phone. While she was scared, Truong Mai saw an old woman driving a car parallel to her. Wait, that outfit is very familiar. Those were the clothes that the girl locked in the bathroom named Lai Lin had worn before. It also means that the old woman's body is Lai Lin. Sure enough, she was murdered by a demon. What should I do? Can't cut it off. Meanwhile, Dai Sun is also in a difficult position. He had been running for a while but he hadn't met anyone in the Tabashi area. If he continues like this, he will be killed by demons. After being saved, Dai Sun suddenly saw an election campaign ahead. A lot of people are gathering there. After running inside and mingling with the Dai Sun crowd, I dared to breathe a sigh of relief. That motorcycle fashion store definitely has problems. High possibility it has something to do with the demon's body. I've done enough, now it's time for you to do your duty. But Dai-sun kept calling the American school but didn't hear from her. Maybe something happened to her too. Time returned to 2 hours ago, which was also the time when Tan-nak had just gotten in a taxi to leave the American school. The place that Tan-nak went to was the old home address of that girl Yuka. This place looks like it has been a long time since anyone cleaned it. After the incident, the Japanese police were still unable to find the girl's body. Regardless of whether it was at victim Yuka's house or the house of the murderer Shinsuke, the police did not discover any clues at all. Perhaps Yuka's body was not originally located in these two places. As expected, coming here won't be able to collect any clues at all. Tan-nak decided to go to the home address of the murderer Shinsuke to take a look. Before going to the killer Shinsuke's house, Tan-nak took out his phone to call Dai-sun. At this time, Dai-sun was taking a taxi to go to Meiji Temple. Tan-nak told him to go to the airport to pick up a person named Truong Lo. I met him at the airport before. Lead him to the Tabashi area, I will be responsible for breaking the curse. Dai-sun snorted, this will be the last time I listen to your words. Tan-nak then continued to take a taxi to the home address of the perpetrator Shinsuke. At this time, Tan-nak was already near the house of the murderer Shinsuke. The time hasn't come yet, we need to wait a little longer. Zomoto Fashion Shop is here, we have to contact Dai-sun, Tan-nak asked. At noon, you go find a store called Zomoto Fashion Store, I'll wait for you there. Dai-sun shouted, what the hell are you doing? But Tan-nak immediately hung up the phone, everything had been arranged. Now we just need to wait for the time to come and then we can start. Time returned to the present, when Dai-sun kept calling but could not contact the girl Truong Mai. At this time, the election calling session was gradually coming to an end. After the event ends, people will definitely evacuate. That is also the time when Dai-sun may be in danger. Dai-sun could see that the demon was always following him. It's right behind that group of people. Just waiting for them to return will immediately attack Dai-sun, that bastard Tan-nak. It's all because of it. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be in this situation right now. No, I have to run away quickly. At least get out of this demon's sight first. The demon cannot find people through induction. Just get out of its current sight and hide carefully to be safe. At least temporarily that will be the case. So what should I do now? Then follow this group of people when evacuating? Or take advantage of the time when there are still many people to escape from here? This square is open to the 4 directions east, west, south, north. Which direction should I run? While he didn't know what to do, Dai-sun's phone rang again. The strange number was actually called by Tan-nak. Tan-nak? Why doesn't your number have any call history? Only when calling can I see the number. After all, are you a human or a demon? What are you going to do? Tan-nak answered briefly. Hey man, this is my cell phone. Use virtual phone SIM. Here the number is not displayed, which is normal. Dai-sun said, I don't care if it's normal or not. Now I'm being targeted by that demon. It's all your fault. I absolutely will not forgive you. Tan-nak answered him. Isn't he still alive right now? As for Miko, she died unnaturally. Be quiet and listen to me if you want to live. I give you 2 solutions. First, use the money in your person. Or something worth the money. Hire the aunties nearby to take you to a place with the most people. The second method is to go straight through the crowd and run forward. Then find an opportunity to run back to Zomoto Fashion Store. The devil definitely wouldn't expect him to dare to return. That place is now the safest place for him. Dai-sun of course did not dare to choose option 2. So I chose the first option. But wait, how do you know there are aunties next to me? Where are you now? It turned out that at this time, Tan-nak was right on top of where Dai-sun stood. He used binoculars to observe everything. Dai-sun's voice on the phone kept ringing. In the end, What does the Zomoto fashion store mean? Why did you tell me to go there? Tan Nok replied. I've been thinking about this problem forever. Why is this demon's first form a doll? After Yuka turned into a demon, she possessed two superpowers. One of them is the ability to enter the body. The remaining ability is to control everything that has been possessed by her. She appeared next to Taguchi in doll form. Then he killed him. Have you ever thought about why it's a doll? Dai-sun speculated. Could it be that when she turned into a demon, the only thing by her side was that doll? Tan Nok replied, Bingo, that's correct. So do you still remember the shape of that doll? Do you think it's a mass-produced doll? Dai-sun seemed to understand something. Do you mean that doll was made by Zomoto Fashion Store? How do you know these details? It depends on the kimono the doll wears. The fabric of the kimono has a very special pattern. That pattern also appears on the most beautiful kimonos of this Zomoto fashion shop. At least we can be sure that the doll's red kimono came from here. As soon as I got the doll, I checked the shape of the patterns on the kimono while in the car. But unfortunately I couldn't find it. So I thought, maybe it's not a souvenir or a famous mass-produced toy. Sure enough, it was later discovered. This pattern is a special symbol of a small fashion store. So it can be speculated that Yuka's body is most likely inside that Zomoto fashion store. This fashion shop has been closed since before Yuka's incident happened. The owner and his wife of this shop have returned to their hometown in Osaka. Then they all died. Hearing that, Dai-sun was surprised again. Are they all dead? Why do you know? It is said that the owner carelessly fell into the lake. Her husband jumped in to save her. Then both of them drowned together. And Shinsuke is a regular customer of that fashion store. Do you understand now, Dai-sun? Dai-sun was quite surprised about this news from Tan Nok. Did you find out through the Japanese police? Tan Nok said it wrong, my friend. I found out through investigating online news and recent neighbors. I had to investigate to the point that my phone battery almost ran out. At this time, the elected person announced that my presentation was over. Bye everyone. Remember to vote for me. Tan Nok reminded Dai-sun, you should go. Before Dai-sun turned off the phone, he still spoke sourly to Tan Nok. I don't care anymore. Whatever you want to do it on your own. Don't call me anymore. Back to Truong Mai's side. She couldn't cut off Lai Lin in the car next to her. Ahead is the Tabashi area. Even though I've already stepped on the Kim drama accelerator. But there is still no way to get rid of the demon. I didn't dare stop the car. Because once I stop, that demon will definitely kill me. So Tan Nok's speculation is true. This demon can now control both the doll and Lai Lin at the same time. Maybe there's also that guy Truong Lo. It seemed like the demon had no more patience. After smiling at Truong Mai, it suddenly turned the steering wheel. With a bang, the two cars collided extremely hard. Then I saw Truong Mai with her blood-stained body crawling out of the car window. But of course it is. How can a traffic accident like this destroy someone's demon? Waiting for her outside is the devil waiting. Truong Mai dragged her seriously injured body to run away from the demon. I can't run away from this demon. It found me thanks to that cell phone, right? Suddenly Truong Mai looked like the lamp was about to run out of oil. Questions continuously appear in my head. Why has my life become like this? Images of Truong Mai's little daughter appeared. Mr. Tan, did you intentionally leave your cell phone in the car to lure the demon to come find me? Because I turned you off, have I really been that harsh to you? Suddenly, two policemen ran to Truong Mai and shouted. The two people in front quickly stopped there. Just as the demon was about to touch Truong Mai, it suddenly fainted. It seems that it is also quite afraid of the police, who have extremely strong yang energy. Truong Mai doesn't understand, I've been saved. Even if there was a traffic accident, the police wouldn't be able to arrive that quickly. Unless someone knows their location, so they have sent their location to the police in advance. Thanks to that, they appeared on time. And the only person who can do this is probably you, right, Tan-nak? At this time, Tan-nak was holding his cell phone, opening the map and saying one was in Shibuya, one was at Truongmai, and one was following Dai-sun. Now it's time for me to go to war. Tan-nak's working principle is very simple. First, absolutely do not do things that you are not sure about. The second is to take advantage of everything if possible, whether it is Truongmai or Dai-sun. Even though they have things that I can't understand. But they all have effects, such as attracting the demon sight, assuming the goal of this curse is to find Kobayashi Yuka's body. Then exposing it to sunlight can cure the curse. So if I were that demon, I think I would definitely pay close attention to where the body was hidden. Inside the Zomoto fashion store, it is likely that a clone of Yuka is hidden, which is used to protect its body. I took the initiative to call Dai-sun and tell him to come to Zomoto fashion store to find me for this reason, and let him lead the demon that was protecting the body away. Right now, whether there are any more demons hiding in the fashion store or not, at least it's much safer than before. Tan-nak arrived at the fashion store and slowly pushed the door open. This place has hidden signs that people once lived here. The May date on this box is not quite correct. The old couple who owned the house had closed the shop and returned to their hometown in Osaka a long time ago. So these traces can only be left by another person. The killer Shinsuke kidnapped Yuka. Then murdered her, probably after this place closed. That guy Shinsuke has been sneaking in here for a while. Then used this place as his secret base. It's very possible that after being kidnapped, Yuka was also taken by that Shinsuke to be locked up here. This shop has 2 rooms, inside and outside. The structure is identical. Where could he have hidden the body? Could there be a secret door under the floor? Tan-nak immediately raised his hand and tried knocking on the wood on the floor for a few hours, based on Tan-nak's dream on the plane. Apparently Yuka's body had been hidden in an optimal space. I didn't see any light at all. Based on what Tan-nak remembered about the dream at that time, could it possibly be over there? Tan-nak stood up and was about to touch the wall in front of him, when suddenly a strange feeling took over him. Something extremely scary, something he couldn't fight was right here. Suddenly, Tan-nak saw a blue notebook right at his feet. This seemed to be Yuka's notebook. She appeared to be locked up here for at least a week before she was murdered. During this time, Shinsuke continuously sexually violated and humiliated Yuka. Both mentally and physically, they have suffered extremely terrible injuries. When Tan-nak was attentively reading the contents of this notebook, a pair of giant black eyes were staring at him from the roof. Tan-nak turned around cautiously but didn't see anything behind him. That's not right, something is preventing me from getting closer to that wall. But it never took action against me. Wrong, I calculated wrong, I know where Yuka's body is actually hidden. Back at the police station, Truongmai is being questioned. Do you know that girl? Not familiar. Do you know how she died? No idea. We received a report from the police that someone was holding a gun. The result was a serious traffic accident. The other person's time of death was diagnosed as 3 hours ago. A policeman next to him leaned over and spoke to the person next to him. I just received a report from the forensic department. The girl's body has disappeared. Scene changes to inside a certain shopping mall in the Tabashi area. Dai-sun is applying the strategy that Tan-nak showed him. He hired a few old aunties to escort him to crowded places. That brat Tan-nak doesn't seem to be lying to me this time. After spending money to hire these aunties, they actually safely escaped the demon's pursuit. But how long do I have to wait here? Never mind. Anyway, safety is still paramount. It's fine to wait here until they break the curse. Suddenly behind Dai-sun, a female employee with a deformed face spoke up. Look at this creepy face. Dai-sun was immediately scared out of his wits, as if he had seen evil. Why is that? Isn't this a crowded place? That thing still dares to attack? But it turned out to be just Dai-sun's illusion. The other girl's face was clearly very normal. This proves one thing. That thing was still very close to him. It has never left. What should I do? This place even though says open 24/7. But when it gets dark, the number of people passing by will seriously decrease. By that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay calm like that anymore. At this moment, Truong-mai called Dai-sun. Tan knock? He's not at my place. How do you know he came to find me? Truong-mai sighed. Mr. Dai-sun, listen to me. That's Tan knock. He used the two of us to attract demons. Let us drag the demon away so he can find the demon brother's body. Hearing that, Dai-sun was not too surprised. This is also normal. Either way, if he does so he will be at his own risk. Truong-mai spoke again. I'm not talking about this issue, Mr. Dai-sun. He has only been in Thin Yen for less than a month. There was a hidden rule that he never knew about. This rule is related to the Nine-Eyed Magatama. Each curse will produce Nine-Eyed Magatama. The original word recovery only produces one piece. That pearl sentence will scatter the moment the curse ends. It will then condense on all survivors. This condensation is usually divided according to the average contribution of each person during the period of validity of the oath. But if there is only one person, they can find their own way to live or solve the riddle themselves. Then that person will receive a complete piece of jadeite. The rest of course will not receive anything. Dai-sun still didn't understand when he heard that. What about the eyes of Ka-nok? Last time I didn't receive any Ka-nok either. It also doesn't have any effect. What will happen if Tan-nok monopolizes Ka-nok? Honestly, I just want to survive. If that Tan-nok can really solve the problem this time, I have to thank him. Truong-mai sighed. If I tell you, you only need to condense 9 pieces of Gonoxai to be able to completely escape this curse. Completely escaped. So are you still planning to give in to him or not? Dai-sun remains silent. Completely free from original words. Then I understand what you mean. So what are you going to do now? Kill him to take over Ka-nok? Truong-mai said, there is no need to go to that extent. Even though he took advantage of the two of us, it seems like he still left a way out. I just don't want to go empty-handed. Even if it's just 1/10 of a piece of Ka jade, just a little bit, we're a little closer to liberation. Dai-sun nodded. Okay, I know where Zamoto fashion store is located. I will send you the location. But the curse has not ended yet. Maybe he's dead already. Suddenly, Dai-sun discovered that the demon that was always following him left. Truong-mai, please come pick me up. It seems like something happened. Truong-mai also said that the demon that was chasing me just now had returned to its corpse form. Then suddenly disappeared. Surely something happened. This proves that we have temporarily escaped the devil's sight. We will meet at Zamoto fashion store. It turns out that if you solve the riddle, you will receive the Nine-Eyed Magatama. I finally understand why every time they are cursed, those people actively try to find a way to break the curse. No wonder I didn't do anything in the last mission, but no one complained. It turned out that those people all wanted Ka-nok to have one less person on their side, so it would be better, right? Those who contribute a little as long as they can survive, sooner or later will one day gather enough Ka-nok 9 eyes. If I can collect enough, then I can return to normal life. Those who disappear may be a little safer, but they will forever be trapped in this curse. Howling, this original name named Thin Yen, is not the only foul level we are facing now, this is just the lowest level. Back at the police station, Truong-mai's friend's friend appeared at the coffee shop, his phone suddenly died. The person calling was Tan-nok. I am Truong-mai's friend and met him at a coffee shop. Mizatsu was surprised. Uncle? When did you get my cell number? What's up? Tan-nok replied. I'm just asking you 2 questions. First, how exactly did Shinsuke die? And the second question: where is his body buried? After hearing the question, Mizatsu asked Tan-nak again. Huh? Why are you asking this? But why do I have to answer you this question? Tan-nak sat in the taxi, looked towards the editorial office and said, if you're not going to answer me, then I will provide the editorial office with some documents, the content of which refers to the romantic story between a certain Tokyo police officer and a call girl shop owner. Internal police documents were revealed. And what else? Mizatsu immediately stood up. Okay, that's enough. You listen clearly here. This will be the first and last time Tan-nak nodded in response to Mizatsu. I just need to know those two things. First, Shinsuke, whose cause of death was electrocution, was buried at the Shinana Kotobashi Public Cemetery. At the same time, after receiving preliminary information, Dai-sun continued to ask the aunties to take him to the Zamoto fashion store. Here, Truongmai and Dai-sun met again. Dai-sun confirmed that this place was the Zamoto fashion store, where Tan-nak wanted to sneak into. But the prayer has not ended yet, proving that there may still be ghosts inside, and that guy Tan-nak is not sure whether he is alive or dead now. It's very likely that the doll wasn't the first thing Yuka possessed either. I don't know if it has many more clones. Truongmai is also not sure about the situation. We still have to go inside once to see what it's like, taking advantage of the time it's not too dark yet. After pushing the door open, they both realized that this place was too dark and strange. Even though everything here was old and shabby, they didn't encounter any demons at all, if the prayer hadn't ended yet. The two demons that chased us have never returned. So where did it go? It never returned to this place. Is this really where its body is buried? Suddenly both of them discovered that in front of them there is a very strange door. Tan-nak must have been here before. There are signs that someone came here not long ago. They also saw Yuka's diary falling on the ground. That's right, this is Yuka's diary. Proves that she was actually detained here. Is there a basement here? Dai-sun walked forward and stepped on the wooden floor to check. But the noise showed that there was no basement. So strange. In the end, where was Yuka's body hidden by the killer? Could he be hiding inside the wall? Let's try to find out if there are any tools around here that can destroy walls. After searching for a while, Dai-sun found a hammer in the nearby cabinet. Truongmai, please step back so I can break down the wall and take a look. Suddenly, both Dai-sun and Truongmai had a cold feeling down their spines. This feeling is extremely clear. There was definitely something staring at them. Dai-sun asked tremblingly. Truongmai, can you feel it? Truongmai replied tremblingly. Oh, so doesn't that prove that there really is something in the wall? Dai-sun gave Truongmai a rope and said. She tied one end of the rope to her body. I'll go up and knock on the wall. If something goes wrong, you pull me back. Truongmai knows clearly the personality of this Dai-sun. If she hadn't forced him, he definitely wouldn't have hit the wall. So I just had to do as he said. Take a rope and tie it to your body. After a while of banging on the wall, Dai-sun gasped and said. That's right, we found it. Yuka's body is indeed inside here. At this moment, Truongmai received a phone call from Tan-nak. Mr. Tan, where are you? Haven't you encountered anything? Tan-nak was now in front of Shinsuke's grave asking Truongmai. I want to confirm something with you, Ms. Dong, that you mentioned before. Did she ever tell you that the devil was Kobayashi Yuka? Or are you sure the mission objective is to find Yuka's body and expose it to the sunlight? Hearing that, Truongmai remembered and said. No, about the demon Yuka, we just speculated from 3 dreams. Tan-nak asked again, it also means to say. These 3 dreams are all related to Shinsuke, right? I have broken it. This prayer is a hoax. Deliberately misleading us all. At this time, Dai-sun had completely destroyed the wall. Yuka's body was completely exposed in front of the two of them. Truong Mai also understood something. Lin went all out with Dai-sun. Stop it, stop hitting the wall. Dai-sun doesn't quite understand. We're almost done. Prepare to resolve the prayer. Why do you want to stop? Dai-sun did not know. Yuka's daughter had already opened her mouth wide. With a bang, before Dai-sun could calm down, he saw his head being bitten off by the witch's corpse and flying away. Truong Mai panicked and tried to run away. But she forgot one thing: she had already tied the rope to Dai-sun's body. Now she must be able to untie the rope first. But the demon Yuka was right behind. At this time, Tan-nak had finished digging Shinsuke's body up. He kept calling Truong Mai but never heard back from her. Perhaps her end was no different from that Dai-sun guy. In front of Tan-nak is the body of the murderer Shinsuke. I don't understand why I just saw this body. Suddenly Tan-nak felt dizzy. Then he fell unconscious. Once again, Tan-nak opened his eyes and saw himself sitting on a strange chair. The surrounding space is also extremely strange and unusual. A voice rang out. Thin Yen ended. Welcome, young man. This is the mask for you. Immediately after that, Tan-nak's face became painful as if his face was being torn apart. This feeling lasts a few seconds. Then a mask appeared on Tan-nak's face. Exactly the same as the photo he held earlier on the plane. The people around were extremely surprised. Shinya, that's the Shinya mask, right? The real Shinya has appeared. Only now did Tan-nak have time to observe a bug around this strange place. There are many chairs around here that resemble him. And the special thing is that everyone here is wearing a mask. From Hashiheim mask, then Tengu mask, then Kitsune, then Mahakala. Listening to what they said, it seems like the mask I'm wearing is the Shinya mask. That voice continued to sound. Thin Yen. This time the sacrificers were Otafuku, Doji, Yasiena. The one who survived was Shinya. If Tan-nak guessed correctly, perhaps this person is Ms. Dong that Truong Mai once mentioned. According to her, it seems that the three people who were sacrificed were Taguchi, Truong Mai and Dai-sun respectively. It also means that those three people have died. Mrs. Dong pointed at Tan-nak and said, Shinya, you have one chance to ask questions. Tan-nak didn't have 2 seconds to think or hesitate. Immediately asked, who is the owner of Thin Yen? His question made everyone there extremely surprised. He came from nothing, he knows everything, he watches over the world, he knows the future, he has flesh and blood and a soul, and will not sleep forever. When Mrs. Dong finished answering, from above, a pair of giant red eyes looked straight down at Tan-nak as if observing an ant. When being stared at by this thing, Tan-nak felt an indescribable pain in his whole body, as if his heart was being constantly bitten by 10,000 ants. Ms. Dong continued to say, next time Thin Yen starts 7 days later, total 5 people, rank is black. Hearing that, everyone was startled. They were really dead. It was black. Absolutely don't choose me, I don't want to go against black. Ms. Dong said again, Thin Yen will start in 7 days, and then 5 people will be randomly selected. As soon as she finished speaking, Tan-nak was teleported back to the gravesite. He took out his phone to check, the time had not changed at all. It also means that when consciousness is pulled into Thin Yen space, time outside this real world will stand still. Just now, Tan-nak felt an indescribable pain in his chest. Tan-nak pulled up his shirt and saw that a complete Kanak, Thin Yen, appeared in his chest. Kanak, the mask of birth, on the postcard that my father sent me before, also had a picture of a mask, and that mask was also the picture of the mask of birth. If you no longer receive postcards from me in half a year, please immediately go to Japan if he really encounters things like the Thin Yen prayer in Japan. As a father, he did not stop me, on the contrary, he called me to come to Japan. Perhaps this is no longer a coincidence, but it is something that must happen. Now if I want to clarify these things, I can only go there, the ancient Izumo History Museum in Shirmane Prefecture, Japan. Shirmane Prefecture is a province located by the sea, in the eastern part of Yamaguchi Prefecture, the westernmost point of Honshu in Japan. This is the origin of legends in Japan. Shirmaine Prefecture is also a famous marriage mecca throughout Japan. Tan-nak was sitting on the bullet train, and soon arrived at Shirmaine Station. While walking on Tan-nak Street while listening to information on the news, Tokyo police discovered 2 bodies at the foot of Mount Shinano. According to the investigation, it appears that these are 2 tourists from China, named Truong Lo and Lai Lin. The cause of death has not yet been determined. Tan-nak was immediately stunned when he heard this news. Had they both died right at that time when Truong Lo called him? Lai Lin must have been possessed by a ghost at that time. With his understanding of Truong Lo, he probably wouldn't leave Lai Lin alone even if she turned into a demon, so he was definitely killed by the demon's clone. But why does my heart feel so strange right now? Obviously, I prevented him from going to Japan from the beginning. His death was not caused by me. What happened at that time was so sudden, there was no way I could help him. These things are all reasonable, I didn't do anything wrong, but I still can't dispel the feeling of sadness in my heart. How long have I been standing here motionless? Tan-nak didn't know anymore, then suddenly he fell onto the snow and lay there. A moment later, a girl with 4 eyes came and wondered, is this person still alive? You should call the police, it's better to avoid getting into trouble. If I report to the police now, they will drag me to the station to take a statement. I should still get out of here first. But do I really have the heart to leave him like that? At this time, Tan-nak is remembering some of the past with Truong Lo. Mr. Tan, I have seen you smile before, but I have never seen you cry. Have you ever cried over something? Tan-nak crossed his arms and replied, crying is a way to express weak emotions, only when the inside cannot bear it anymore. I just resorted to crying to relieve emotional pain. I was mentally prepared to face anything that happened, so there was no need to cry. Hearing that, Truong Lo immediately replied, is that so? Then I really want to see things go beyond your psychological scope, Mr. Tan. That look on your face when you cry for someone else, I wonder what it will look like. It will probably be very funny. Tan-nak was woken up from his dream by the voice of the 4-eyed girl. Hey man, can you still move? Did you take it to take a hot bath? Then Tan-nak was led by 4 eyes to the bathroom to warm his body, because he had been lying under the snow for too long. After closing the door, my eyes suddenly looked confused. What am I doing? I dare to take a strange man home. She even let him use her bathroom, remembering how many times 4 eyes had been scolded by her mother for her naivety. If you keep like this, you'll be tricked and eaten by a group of cunning boys, you know? While thinking about it, Tan-nak had already finished bathing. He put on the right pants and then came out and said to 4 eyes, I'm done showering. 4 eyes blushed and shouted at Tan-nak, quickly put on a towel. Now 4 eyes have the opportunity to introduce, hello, I'm a bookie, grew up in Shirmaine province. Having never been to any other big city, Tan-nak thanked Ibuki, I'm Tan-nak, from China. If possible, please let me stay in the living room for 1 night. This amount will be considered as my room rental fee. As Tan-nak spoke, he took out a rather thick stack of money. Ibuki quickly shook her head to refuse. If it was just the living room, it would be okay. There's no need to pay, Mr. Tan-nak, but in the evening I will work on the computer in the living room. It might bother him a bit. Hearing that, Tan-nak also curiously asked Ibuki, do you work in the field of archaeology? Ibuki shook her head again. No, I'm just doing a little restoration work on artifacts. Tan-nak asked again, so you work at the Izumo History Museum, right? I have an acquaintance who once told me to go to the Izumo History Museum. He sent me a postcard with a picture of a birth mask. Hearing that, Ibuki was quite confused. Postcards printed with masks? Where we are, we have never published any postcards with the image of a birth mask printed on them. Tan-nak wants to verify a few things. Lean took out a postcard from her backpack and showed it to Ibuki. It was this postcard and the sending address was indeed the Izumo Historical Museum in Shirmaine Prefecture. Ibuki looked at the postcard and immediately realized that it had Senior Hanzu's signature on it. Half a year ago, Senior Hanzu actually went to the ancient Izumo History Museum. Qin, what relationship do you have with Senior Hanzu? Tan Nok sighed, he is my biological father. I didn't expect that in China his name is Tanjia, but in Japan his name is Hanzu, so do you know what his full Japanese name is? Are not? Ibuki said, our dean always calls Hanzu Hanzu. We only know that Senior is a famous figure in the world of archaeology and folk customs, but we have never asked about Senior's real name. But I didn't expect that Mr. Tan was the son of Senior Hanzu. It really surprised me, and Tan Nok was equally surprised. After all, what did Lao Qin come to Japan for? He even took on a Japanese name. He must have been in Japan for a long time. As he was talking, it seemed that because he had been lying in the snow for too long, Tan Nok had caught a cold. He was singing continuously. Ibuki hurriedly went to find cold medicine for Tan Nok. But why does this girl keep saying sorry to Tan Nok? Is it because the Japanese style is like that? After searching for a while but not finding any medicine, Ibuki turned to ask Tan Nok, Mr. Tan, do you need to go to the hospital, or should I take you for a checkup? Looking at the room and Ibuki's appearance, Tan Nok understood why this room was so cold. It seemed this girl was not wealthy. The heater didn't dare turn on. Tan Nok refused Ibuki, it's just a cold, I'll go to sleep and feel better soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Nok's stomach grumbled again. Ibuki once again apologized to Mr. Tan, I will immediately go prepare food for you. Tan Nok sighed. Although this girl was a bit strange, she saved her when she fainted on the ground. Not to mention, she also knew old Qin. Reminds me why I made such a mistake, standing in the cold snow until I fainted from freezing. What happened to me? Ibuki opened the refrigerator, looked inside. The only remaining food in her house was a pile of discounted yakisoba bread that she had just bought. But is it okay to use this to treat guests? But what a coincidence, I didn't expect that the person I saved in the snow was Senior Hanzo's son. The senior turned out to be of Chinese origin. He had been in Japan for so many years, but I thought he was Japanese. A moment later, after warming up the cake, Ibuki came out and saw Tan Nok sleeping on the sofa. Isn't that my towel there? Why does Mr. Tan take his own towel to work so hard? Well, maybe just let him sleep, and when he wakes up tomorrow morning, his health will probably be better. Ibuki took a blanket to cover Tan Nok, but when she looked at Tan Nok at such a close distance, she realized that his skin was too white. Moreover, his facial features were also very balanced. Suddenly, Tan Nok opened his eyes and sat up and said to Ibuki, oh yes, tomorrow can you arrange for me to meet the director of the Izumo Museum? Ibuki, after a moment of startled blushing, immediately returned, oh okay, then let me help you arrange it. The next day quickly came. Ibuki woke up and stretched and everything. Maybe she was used to being alone so she forgot there were guests at home. Just like that, wearing only shorts and a nightgown to go out, Tan Nok had already woken up a long time ago, and when he was sitting reading a book, he immediately spoke up and said good morning to Ms. Ibuki. Ibuki immediately turned to stone, revealing her chest, underwear, and shirt. She immediately panicked. Tan Nok, as if he had known, had already covered his hand from the beginning. After finishing preparing, Ibuki led Tan Nok onto the bus to go to the museum. Hey Miss Ibuki, how long has my father been in Shermaine Prefecture? Ibuki continued to apologize to Tan Nok once again. I don't know about this. Soon the two of them successfully arrived at the ancient museum. As soon as I arrived, a woman greeted Ibuki. Ibuki also bowed politely, good morning Saoji. So you need to find the director, Ibuki? Is it me who has a job or is it the guy from the back who has a job looking for a dean? But if I were to look for the director, I would have arrived at Uza Village yesterday. It takes a week to come back. I know that too. The director is very passionate about folk culture research. He had been looking forward to Uza Village's winter festival for a long time. Oh yes, if you have an urgent matter and need to see the director, yesterday he left in such a hurry that he forgot all the papers. If so, should I go there and bring the papers to the dean? So that girl quickly dragged Ibuki into the dean's room to get papers for him. 10 minutes later Ibuki came out with a stack of papers in her hand. Qin, do you want to go to Uza Village with me? Of course Tan Nok will go. His goal was to meet the museum director. It seems that the other sister misunderstood the relationship between Ibuki and Tan Nok. She was constantly behind cheering, "Come on Ibuki. Put him in the trap and kill him." So Ibuki and Tan Nok once again boarded the bus to travel to Uza Village. Tan Nok thought, half a year ago I lost contact with the old man in Shermaine province. If I find the dean, can I ask about the old man's whereabouts? Where did he end up? There's no need to discuss the relationship between father and son, I just want to know if he's still alive or not, because I want to know news about my mother from him. Since I was 6 years old, I have started an independent life, cooking my own meals, doing my own laundry. Clean the room yourself, and that person named Tanda. Although he is a father, he has leisurely left somewhere for 14 years. How does such a person have the qualifications to be a father? As for my mother, in the book it is said that my mother is a special person. Suddenly Ibuki called Tan Nok to wake up, "Mr. Tan? Have you ever attended a festival before?" Shinyu replied, "I once participated in the Dragon Boat Racing Festival in China." Ibuki asked again, "So what about the winter sacrifice?" Tan Nok shook his head and said, "It doesn't snow where we are." By the way, Miss Ibuki, do you have a cold? Why is her face always so red? Very quickly, the two of Tan Nok were present at Uza Village. This place seemed more bustling than Tan Nok had imagined. Everything here is not closed and cold like Tan Nok thinks. But there are some very strange places, those policemen over there look very tense. Is something happening here? Meanwhile, Ibuki went to the reception area to meet an employee and asked, "May I ask, which hotel is Director Aoki staying at right now?" When the receptionist heard the dean's name, she paused a bit. After a few seconds she said, "Sorry, I don't know what happened that day." Seeing that Ibuki still intended to continue asking, Tan Nok immediately came to tell her that we should leave quickly. "Even if you ask, you won't be able to ask anything," Ibuki asked. "Mr. Tan, have you discovered something?" Tan Nok replied. Something happened to the director. Ibuki was surprised again. "Huh? Is the director dead? Did I pronounce it wrong or did you misunderstand it? I said something happened that day." "It doesn't mean you're dead, but if you're dead then something's definitely happened. Go outside and look at the faces of the people outside." Ibuki just found it very strange. What are these people worried about? What happened to make them look like this? At this time, in front of Tan Nok and Ibuki, two groups of police were arguing. "Then please let Mr. Aoki come out and meet us for a moment." The other party replied, "The director's schedule was not reported to us. We can't restrict his freedom either, so what you Uza Village police are saying is that the principal is not missing, but that he left on his own?" A person who has been out of contact for more than 48 hours can be considered missing. Mr. Aoki just arrived at Uza Village yesterday afternoon. It hasn't been more than 48 hours, so it cannot be considered missing. So what you mean is that someone in the village has reported the crime? Just like that, these two policemen continued to talk back and forth. Tan Nok came next to the policeman and asked, "Can I ask, has Principal Aoki gone missing?" "Hello, we are the staff of Mr. Aoki's Izumo Museum. This time we came to the village to find Mr. Aoki. See, even the Izumo Museum side can't contact the director. How long are you village police planning to hide his disappearance?" This policeman immediately ordered his subordinates to search the entire Uza Village. Anyone who dared to stop him was immediately arrested. "Then please leave your contact phone number. Once we find news of Mr. Aoki, we will immediately call you to inform you." Later, Ibuki asked Tan Nok, "Is Mr. Tan really the missing dean? Should we go follow the police to find him? Is there anyone suspicious in the village?" Faced with Ibuki's series of questions, Tan Nok's phone suddenly rang again. The other end of the line asked Tan Nok, "You are Shinya?" Tan Nok replied, "It's me, who are you?" "My name is Tamaki, my mask is Doji, so is there something wrong, Mr. Tamaki?" The other end of the line said, "Can we meet for a moment?" "See you at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, in Sagan area," Zeta Gaza District. Tan-nak quickly said, "Tomorrow is not possible, 3 days later, I will arrive at that address on time. Tamiki for an hour, so I won't bother you anymore, see you later, Mr. Tan." Tan-nak thought to himself, "It seems like this Tamaki guy once investigated me, the doji mask." Ibuki seemed to have also heard a few words in Tan-nak and Tamaki's conversation. "Sorry Mr. Tan, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation." Tan-nak sighed, "Miss Ibuki, you don't have to apologize to me constantly, this makes me feel very confused, so you know the doji mask?" Ibuki said. It is a great demon of the Heian period in Japanese legend. The leader of the demons, Tuan's appearance, likes alcohol, likes to eat women, is an extremely scary monster. Leader of the demons, there are 5.5 days left until the next Thin Yen, during the previous Thin Yen. Whether it was Truong Mai or Dai Sun, neither of them showed a calm demeanor when experiencing scary things. Perhaps not everyone can grow when facing life and death. There will also be people who are increasingly broken, but why do they choose not to trust us? I have a feeling that the reason the two of them chose to act voluntarily is related to the piece of fishing jade in the middle of their chest. This piece of fishing jade is enough for them to bet their lives to win, proving the value of this thing as well. Not inferior to life. Ibuki realized that there would be times when Mr. Tan would occasionally be absent-minded, as if he was pondering over a problem. No matter how he called, it would be difficult for him to answer. "Now Tan-nak is back to normal," he told Ibuki, "then we will go find the whereabouts of the academy." Ibuki wondered again. But that day, Tan-nak still went missing and said, "If you're missing, but don't you still leave clues?" She also heard what the two policemen who were arguing earlier said, the person they were both talking about. Ibuki seemed to understand something. "Mr. Tan, you mean the person who reported the disappearance to the police, but even so, how can we find the person who reported it?" Tan-nak doesn't know this. Right now there are no clues, we have to continue investigating. Later, Tan-nak walked around Uza Village. Almost on both sides of the road there were ice and snow statues, seemingly to hold this winter's sacrifice. Uza Village has put a lot of effort into it. "Oh yes, Miss Ibuki. Let me borrow your business card for a moment." Ibuki obediently took off the card around her neck and gave it to Tan-nak. "So Mr. Tan, should we plan what to do next?" Before Ibuki finished asking, Tan-nak had already walked forward. Tan-nak took Ibuki's business card to ring the doorbell of a resident's house. The person who opened the door was an aunt. "Hello, I'm a police officer, we want to find out some details. Let us go inside and ask a little." The aunt was a little scared, thinking Tan-nak was a real police officer, so she didn't dare to refuse, so she could only invite Tan-nak inside. Then Mrs. Matsumoto invited her to recount again what she had reported before. The aunt recounted. "Everyone didn't believe me, but I actually saw another director." Tan-nak asked, "Another dean? You mean there are two Mr. Aoki appearing at the same time? Does he come here every year, or does he only come here during the winter holidays?" The aunt replied that day, like many other tourists, she only came to this place during the winter holidays. Yesterday evening, probably around 9 o'clock. I was near the cave area preparing to hold the ceremony, when suddenly I saw the silhouettes of two deans standing next to each other. I'm sure I didn't see wrong, there were definitely two Aoki directors. At 9 o'clock, a director walked from the cave to the outside. Then, about 15 minutes later, another principal came out from there. They really looked like twins. Tan-nak asked again, "Mrs. Matsumoto, is the cave you just mentioned used to hold sacrifices every year? Are you sure that cave has only one entrance and one exit, and what are you doing in that area at 9 p.m.? The aunt seemed to realize something, immediately stared at Tan-nak and said, "You guys are lying, you are not the police. The police are the same, the security guards are the same, you don't care at all, as long as they can help you get inside that cave, that's all, right, Mrs. Matsumoto? Thank you for this tea, I won't bother you anymore." After speaking, Tan-nak and Ibuki immediately left her house. John Ibuki asked, "Mr. Tan, was what she just said true?" Tan-nak shook his head and said he was not clear, but even if she lied. The attitude of the police in Uza Village is also very strange. It seems they do not want Uza Village to be investigated by police elsewhere. According to a bookie, they were probably worried about the winter sacrifice that was about to take place. If this event was stopped because of something like a murder, it would probably be a big loss for the village. Tan-nak asked Ibuki if there had ever been any strange rumors about Okuza Village's winter offerings. Ibuki took out her phone to look. It seems there is a legend related to the miraculous use of the winter sacrifice in Okuza Village, and the miraculous use that Ibuki found is called exiting two bones also means changing flesh, the miraculous change of people after participating in snow sacrifices, magical caves. After the abusive husband participated in the snow sacrifice ceremony, his personality suddenly changed completely. He suddenly became gentle, delicate, thoughtful, and accepting. There was also an office worker whose body was very sick after participating in the snow sacrifice. The illness suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the body was strong and healthy like a gymmer. As I read this, Tan-nak's phone rang again. "Hello, Mr. Tan, I am a police officer in Shermaine Province, please come here immediately." Tan-nak said to Ibuki, "It seems like the police have found Principal Aoki, so let's go there quickly." A moment later, at a place called Onsen Inn, Okuza Village, Tan-nak and Ibuki were present based on the address provided by the police. From inside, they heard the police asking about the dean's situation. "Mr. Aoki, can you tell us about the situation at that time?" When Ibuki saw that the dean was okay, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was unharmed. The director was quite surprised to see Ibuki appear here. "Ibuki? Why did you come here?" "Ah, I came to give you the papers on behalf of my senior." Tan-nak took a look. The hairstyle was neat and straight, the face was gentle, but still exuded majesty. This was definitely Director Aoki of the Ancient History Museum. The director also spoke up and asked Tan-nak, "Who are you?" Tan-nak introduced, "I am Tan-nak, my father is Tanjia, half a year ago he went to the Izumo Historical Museum, his Japanese name is Hanzu." The director immediately stood up. "Are you Hanzu's son?" "That's right. The purpose of my coming to Shermaine Province was to search for his whereabouts." "Can you tell me where he went after leaving Shermaine?" The director replied, "Your father and I are close friends, his affairs cannot be explained in a sentence or two at a time. When do you have time to come find me?" "I will tell you everything I know, but now I have to coordinate the investigation with the police." Tan-nak wondered. Logically speaking, the missing person has now been found. So is it completely possible to convict? The police said again, "Logically, that's true. But we just received notice of another case. A murder happened in a city area 3 hours drive from Shermaine Prefecture. The witness had been to a museum." Having also met the director, he pointed out that the perpetrator of the case was Director Aoki. "So I hope that one day, Director Aoki can clearly explain his timeline. From yesterday evening until just now, what did you do and where did you go?" Tan-nak thought to himself. "I have no interest in murder cases at all. But of course, only when this case is resolved will I be able to get information about the old man from Director Aoki. But the problem is, the person named Aoki next to me now is still the former director of the museum. Perhaps he is no longer the same person as before, but it is not absolute. Then, Aoki, can you clarify the timeline of your activities yesterday?" The dean looked extremely confused. "I don't remember, I really don't know anything." The police were very dissatisfied with this answer from the director. "Please remember carefully and tell us everything you know." "Yesterday evening, I was invited by Village Chief Okuza as a guest, so I drank too much until 8 p.m. After that, a villager took me back to the hotel. As for what happened after that, I don't remember anything at all, from expressions to unconscious actions." Perhaps he wasn't lying. Perhaps he really didn't remember anything about what happened yesterday. "So, may I ask where the villager took you back to the hotel? Do you remember that person's face or name?" The director pondered for a moment and then replied, "I just had a little impression, but couldn't remember clearly. Maybe because I was too drunk at that time, I had the feeling that the place he took me to was not a hotel, but somewhere else." Tan-nak asked the police, the comrade, the victim and the director if they knew each other. According to the police investigation, they did not know each other. Tan-nak asked the police, can you tell me the name of the victim? But the police refused to provide this information to an unrelated person like Tan Nok. Enough, let's stop this questioning here. Mr. Tan, Mr. Aoki must come with us to the station to receive the investigation. The witness of the case is still waiting there. Tan Nok again offered to go with Mr. Aoki to the police station. The police continued to refuse Tan Nok's request. This is police work, unrelated people should not appear. So officer, let me ask you one last question. The name of the victim whose name he is not comfortable disclosing. Did that person once participate in Uza Village's winter sacrifice? Hearing this question, the police officer was immediately stunned. Surprise was evident on his face. It's true that that person had participated 3 years ago. The victim was fortunate enough to be chosen as the Holy Chosen One. Participated in the priest's baptism ceremony. After receiving the answer, it seemed that Tan Nok already knew a few clues. As for Principal Aoki, the police took him to the station to continue investigating the case. After the police left, Tan Nok said to Ibuki, "You help me investigate a little. Every year, a few people are chosen as the holy elect of the liturgy. Also, by the way, investigate their current situation. After participating in the ceremony, has anything changed?" Later, Mr. Tan, each year only one person is chosen to be the holy elect in the ceremony. All of these people had a profound change after participating in the ritual. I have read the report about Uza Village's winter sacrifice every year. After these people went through baptism, they all became completely different people. All bad habits and diseases in the body are completely cured, strangely and unusually. Tan Nok asked again, what happens after that? How do they continue to live? Are there any records or articles about this? If it's about a later report, there doesn't seem to be one. The media and people only care about the miracle and the hotness at that time, Tan Nok spoke up. Not just the media, everyone in this world is like that. She tried to find out the name of the person who was chosen as the saint-elect 3 years ago. Also, among the people chosen to be the holy elect, is there anyone with the surname Matsumoto? Ibuki tried to find it as Tan Nok advised. Mr. Qin, there is indeed a person with the surname Matsumoto, he was the saint-elect 4 years ago. But already dead, the time of death also coincides with the time of the winter sacrifice. A man named Matsumoto Izumi, he passed away last winter, Shinyu asked Izumi. So what about the holy elect who chose them 3 years ago? According to Ibuki's investigation, the person chosen at the ceremony 3 years ago was named Hiroza Fujima. So, according to what the police officer said earlier, this person named Fujima is the one who was murdered, and the suspect at this time is the director Aoki? Although the police officer said he could not reveal the victim's identity, he still revealed the answer to Tan Nok to the last question. Surely he did it on purpose. After Tan Nok finished thinking, he immediately told Ibuki, "Let's go quickly, Ibuki is very happy right now, Mr. Tan. You found a clue, haven't you? We're going to do something important." Tan Nok glanced at Ibuki, "Go eat, Mom, I'm very hungry." Hearing Tan Nok say that, Ibuki remembered that it seemed like they hadn't eaten anything since morning. After returning to the hotel, they went to the receptionist to book 2 single rooms, then each took a room, Ibuki thought thoughtfully. Mr. Tan always gives people a strange feeling, he seems to be very calm, making people always want to tease him, to see what he looks like when he's angry. Mr. Qin came to Shermaine province to find his father. Was it after the dean told him his father's whereabouts? Then he will leave, right? I don't know what Mr. Tan's job is in China, maybe he is just like his father. As an expert in the field of history and folk customs. Meanwhile, on Tan Nok's side, he was looking at the account balance on his phone. After this trip to Japan, I'm completely broke. I have to quickly find a way to find a job and find a stable place to live, otherwise I won't be able to find any news about my father. Is missing. If the dean is willing to reveal my father's information, perhaps I can stop by my father's previous residence for a while. This Uza village really has a lot of strange things, the villagers always show sad faces. The village police always try to prevent the investigation. There's also the strange winter ceremony held once a year. Each year a saint-elect is chosen, as well as those who have been forgotten. Those who died on this day every time the sacrificial season came, those who were once praised, those who were chosen to be the holy elect. It's just why the dead people are all the saint-elect of 3 years ago, just the saint-elect who received the baptism of the winter sacrifice. No matter how far we have gone in the past, we almost always turn from a loser to a winner, a miracle just like being born and reincarnated. Defying the heavens and changing destiny, the reputation of the winter sacrifice in Uza Village spread far and wide, and more media and tourists flocked to the village. In the past 10 years, all the people chosen to be saint-elects were from outside the village, with only one local person named Matsumoto Izumi being chosen. Last night, the woman who reported to the police about the director's disappearance also had the surname Matsumoto. According to Japanese tradition, after a woman marries, she will take on her husband's surname. Then there's a 99.99% chance that Matsumoto woman is the wife of Izumi, the holy elect who died last year. Before these 10 years, the holy elect were all local people in the village. The change happened 10 years ago when the new village chief took office. Jizo, the youngest village chief in Uza Village's history. If that's the case, then everything seems to be clearer. Tan-nok went to a bookie's room and told her, "You just stay here and rest, I want to go out for a while, I will be back before dinner. You must wait for me to come home and have dinner together." Actually, the reason Tan-nok said that is because he ran out of money. And from a bookie's perspective, it's very strange. It's like this. "A bookie, can you wait for me to come back and have dinner together?" So a bookie immediately blushed because of her own delusion. "Okay then, Mr. Tan, please rest assured. I will definitely wait faithfully for your return and have dinner with you." Tan-nok didn't really understand, but it didn't matter. As long as he wasn't starving, he could eat one meal or the other. As soon as Tan-nok stepped outside, he saw snow falling everywhere. Recently, all of Japan has been covered in snow compared to big cities. The atmosphere and scenery of this Uza village are much more unique. In terms of prosperity alone, it is no worse than mid-range cities. It's just that people's faces are always in a state of worry and fear. Maybe I can already guess why they are like that. Uza Village's winter sacrifice has strict time regulations. On January 27th every year, only on this day does the holy elect appear. Then the holy elect chosen on that day will die on this exact day 3 years later. An extremely obvious coincidence, but nearly everyone chooses to deliberately ignore it. Or pretend like you don't know. Everyone's eyes are only focused on this year and after that. Who would care what happened to a lucky person 3 years ago? After all, every year is the same. It can be understood that being chosen as a saint-elect will only have 3 years left in that person's lifespan. The holy elect chosen 3 years ago, Hiroza Fujima, on the day of his baptism, killed someone. And the victim was the holy elect from 6 years ago. Then on that day, 3 years later, Fujima himself was killed, and the person who killed him was Principal Aoki. This year's saint-elect, this point can almost be certain. It's just that whether the dean himself knows this or not is another matter. While walking, Tan-nok saw the police car of Uza Village moving. If he was not mistaken, they were probably going to pick up the director. After all, he had disrupted the order of the ceremony. On January 25th, which was also yesterday, he went into the cave. Although he still did not know what would happen to disrupting the order of the sacrifice, he could see from the expressions on the people's faces. Surely this is not a good thing. As for why the director went into the cave yesterday, we have to ask the person who took him back to the hotel after he got drunk. Tan-nok pushed the door open and spoke, "Are you Jizo?" The man named Jizo also spoke up, "I know you, Tan-nok, you are Mr. Hanzu's son, right?" Back to the Shirmane Prefectural Police Department, the victim's name was Fujima, male, 31 years old, insurance company employee, single. This person has nothing to do with you, your life or your work, so why did you attack him and take down Mr. Aoki? The director still gave the same answer, "I don't know, I have no memory of yesterday at all, I really don't remember anything." The police snorted, "So please listen to the witness's recording. I'm Fujima's colleague, and he asked me to have dinner together. We drank some wine together, then Fujima and I went back to his boarding house, and he slept on the sofa in the living room. And I slept in his room. Maybe because I drank a lot, I woke up in the middle of the night because I had to go to the bathroom. I saw from the darkness something crawling out of the bathroom. That was Fujima. His head looked like it had been smashed by something. A large membrane ruptured and blood flowed out continuously. His 2 legs were also cut off by something. Overall, it was a terrible scene. While listening, this policeman heard noise outside. It turned out that the police from Uza Village were present. They said that the crime happened in their village, so they asked the Shirmaine Prefectural Police Department to assign the director to record it for them to investigate. This police officer was angry. Now he was no longer simply investigating the missing case. But that murder, do you understand? Okuza Police Station is just a subordinate unit of Shirmaine Prefecture. It's not your turn to come here and teach us how to do things yet. Okuza's police are also not suitable. It's not up to you alone to decide whether it's your turn or not. This is the phone call from the city chief. You answer it yourself and handle it. After receiving the phone call from the city chief, the police officer could only grit his teeth and say that he would bring the dean out and hand it over to them. Returning to Tan-Nak, he asked Jizo, "Have you ever met my father? When was that?" The guy replied, 10 years ago, his father went to Okuza Village. Apparently his purpose was to find something. He really likes places that are related to demons, ghosts, or the like. Tan-Nak asked again, "Can you tell me what happened that year?" The person named Jizo looked at Tan-Nak and assessed. This young man has exactly the same face as Mr. Hanzu. But his personality is completely opposite to his father's. If you want to listen, I can tell you a story about survival. Sometime later, Tan-Nak returned to the boarding house where he and Ibuki rented a room. It's already past dinner time. I don't know if Ms. Ibuki is still waiting for me to eat dinner. The scene moved to the place that Jizo had just told Tan-Nak. The time was 20 years ago. At that time Okuza Village was still just a poor, remote village. All the people in this village. The space between the thumb and forefinger and the tips of the fingers are all a very strange green color. The land around Okuza Village is quite barren. Just growing rice is not enough to meet people's minimum survival needs. So all the people started doing one thing, which was weaving tatami mats. Using a type of grass called northern grass, Jizo also knows how to weave mats. There is also his sister, whose name is Kazuha. For each square meter of mat she will be paid 500 yen. Over the years, the green color of the grass water has forever remained on the hands of the people of Okuza Village. No matter how much you wash it, it cannot be removed. Jizo's biggest dream is to go to the city and find a job there. When he turned 13 years old, he and his older sister Kazuha secretly climbed into the truck. Entering the city, that year was also the first time Jizo saw robot toys at the supermarket. Kazuha also saw a one-piece dress for the first time. But what kind of work can a 13-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl do in the city? They all tried many jobs, but were rejected by everyone because of their age. Then they learned how to hide their real age. But still cannot learn how to do complex jobs that require high skills. The grip that the two brought Theo from home had long since been consumed. The two sisters' sleeping place is also from one park bench to a bush of grass in another park. People in the city live a busy life in a hurry. Who would pay attention to two dirty sisters sleeping on the side of the road? But occasionally someone will pay attention and then give them a few coins as alms. Thanks to that, the two discovered a new path to prosperity compared to being sick for a few days. It's much easier to look pitiful and make money. So they split up, one person in the park, one person in the city square. I'm at the beginning of the river, you're at the end of the river. Split up and beg from passers-by. Time passes quietly until winter, which is also when the snow begins to fall heavily. Jizo began to show signs of malaria, fell ill, and his whole body turned red. Kazuha decided to change to a new place to live, hearing that it would be warmer in winter near a place with water. So she chose a place near the river. To get there, she first had to climb a snow-covered slope. Then they climbed back down, and so the two sisters lived dependent on each other on the riverbank. Although the winter is very harsh, it gradually passes and spring comes again. Some places have begun to have cherry blossom petals, and Jizo's illness has also completely cured since then. The people in the mountains have never been given medicine. They have their own ways. As long as they endure all kinds of illnesses, they will gradually recover. But there are also permanent diseases that cannot be recovered. That day, Jizo took the begging money to buy a cake. He happily ran to the house by the river, but when he arrived, there was no one there. Jizo went crazy, running all over the city looking for his sister. He searched and searched but couldn't find any sign of his sister anywhere. Until a kind passerby pointed it out to him. You can go to the police station to ask the police for help finding missing people. After arriving at the police station, they asked Jizo a few questions. For example, name, home address, thanks to the clues that Jizo provides. The police found CCTV in the nearby area. Jizo then saw his sister being surrounded by a group of people, who came from Uza Village. Jizo remembers today is January 26th. Tomorrow is January 27th, which is also the day the snow festival begins. Snow falls every year in January. All the people in the village will gather together, randomly choose an offering and take it to the deepest cave in the village. The ceremony was presided over by an old man with a limp. Every person who comes out of that cave becomes very strange. Everyone who leaves there will stare at one place and laugh strangely. Doesn't like to eat cooked food, only likes to eat raw food. Jizo once saw a person who, after being chosen as a sacrifice, went out, bit a neighbor's chicken to death, and then ate the chicken alive. Perhaps the older sister was forced back by them because this year she was chosen to be the next sacrifice. Those were the thoughts that appeared in Jizo's head. Then Jizo quickly knelt down in front of the police. He asked them to take him back to Uza Village. The police agreed but scheduled the time for the next day. Very quickly the next day, Jizo was brought back to Uza Village by the police. He quickly ran towards his house. Luckily his sister was still in the house. But when Jizo ran to hug his sister, he discovered that this was no longer his sister. Jizo was so scared that he ran away from this house. He directed all his anger at the people in the village. Use rocks to break all the windows in everyone's house. Where have you hidden my sister? Give my sister back to me. That person is not my sister. He trampled all the rice plants that were difficult to grow, even setting fire to his own house. Until one day the village elder pulled Jizo back and spoke. If we don't sacrifice, everyone in this village will become like Mei's sister. Jizo is angry. So why is the sacrifice not my grandfather but my sister? The village chief sighed and rubbed Jizo's head. Then it will be our turn. This is the fate of this Uza village. Mei has come to the outside world, right? Very beautiful and gorgeous. If only this curse could be permanently lifted. Then our Uza village will also become as beautiful. That's the whole story that Jizo told Tan Nok at that time. To be honest, Jizo's storytelling is not good at all. But I already understand what he means. The new village chief of this Uza village. The original scope of sacrifices was expanded from people in the village to include people outside the village. Did he think that by doing so he was protecting the people of Uza village? It's true that the type of person who is stupid is actually evil. At this time, Ibuki was still sitting at the dining table waiting for Tan Nok to return. As soon as she saw him coming back, Ibuki immediately stood up and went to reheat the food. What an obedient girl. Humans are truly a contradictory species. There exist extremely cruel people. There also exist kind-hearted people like this Ibuki. The next morning, also January 27th. Uza Village's winter sacrifice day took place according to schedule. In the village, dozens of sacred palanquins and floats, large and small, appeared. The palanquin was carried slowly by more than 100 people on the street. Around the back of the mountain, the scene was extremely magnificent. The ceremony is about to begin, but the actual ceremony must wait until 12 noon to begin. All the people in Uza Village woke up very early today. Each person holds a rooster in his hand, accompanied by a sharp knife. Make sure that when you kill a chicken, you only need one knife and don't do it twice. Then pour the chicken blood into the wine cup, sprinkle the blood on the paper used in the ceremony. All afternoon everyone will take turns conducting this activity. Cooked offerings will be displayed in the float, and food for visitors will be prepared separately. Tan Nok was there and listened for a while to the funeral orations as if calling the souls of the old people in the village. There's no excitement or anything special at all. Actually, whatever happened in Uza Village had nothing to do with him. Waiting until all the floats were gone, Tan Nok finally determined one thing. That is, Principal Aoki was not led to the back of the mountain. Last night the director was brought back from the Shirmain Prefecture police station by Uza Village police. Today, there is no trace of him anywhere. If it comes to being interested, Tan Nok only feels interested in the village chief because of that. But that village chief told the story, from beginning to end, it was all about his own youth. There was no mention of Tan Nok's father, Tan Jia. A bookie knocked on the door outside and asked Tan Nok, "Tan, are you awake yet? The ceremony has already begun. Do you want to go take a look?" Ibuki asked while blushing shyly. But Tan Nok quickly refused. "I am not interested. There are still a few things that need to be resolved. Just go see it for yourself." Hearing that, Ibuki was a bit disappointed. "Immediately turn around and walk away." Tan Nok spoke again. "Oh, Miss Ibuki, I'll go behind the mountain to look for you later. Please wait there for me." Hearing that, Ibuki became happy once again. Tan Nok really couldn't understand. He clearly understood what Ibuki meant. Why do I feel more relieved after making a promise to her? I absolutely hate this feeling. But if you don't do that, the feeling of disgust will arise. What's wrong with me lately? My heart just keeps feeling sad. After leaving the hotel, Tan Nok went to the neighborhood association. Along the way, except for the fluttering snowflakes, there was not even a single person in sight. Fortunately, when he arrived at the neighborhood assembly, the person Tan Nok wanted to meet was still sitting there. Quite strange, right? As the village chief, he was not present at the ceremony at this time. Jizo took a sip of wine and replied to Tan Nok. "I will go, but not yet." Did Mr. Tan come here because he wanted to meet Principal Aoki? Tan Nok nodded. I'm very curious what excuse the Uza Village police used to take the director away from the Shirmain Prefectural Police Department. Jizo replied. There is an old saying called using influence to bully others. It's okay to find a mountain with greater power than Shirmain Prefecture. Very simple, right? Tan Nok continued to be curious. With Uza Village's potential, is it really possible to find such a huge mountain? His father once said this. Prayer is misfortune, it is also luck. Prayer is a power that transcends reality. It is our misfortune and our strength 10 years ago, the first step when I became the village chief. It is the creation that turns demons into gods. The things your father taught me. Uza Village's prayer cannot be eradicated, it can only be sacrificed along with it. What I need to consider is how to use the smallest price to get the greatest benefit when coexisting with demons, Tan Nok continued. Therefore, this is his way, the wish to become a miracle, using the number of tourists far exceeding the villagers to reduce the probability of the people of Uza Village being chosen. Jizo did not deny it. Yes, this has been very successful, but there can't be any room for error. January 27th could only be this day. Choosing a person, bringing it into the cave, bringing it first or later will disrupt the order of the sacrifice. 4 years ago we missed it once, Tan Nok immediately said. Is that a person named Matsumoto Izumi? Village Chief Jizo was slightly surprised. You're very smart, that was the only time something went wrong in 10 years. 4 years ago, on the day before the ceremony, a tourist arbitrarily snuck into the cave. Just like Principal Aoki. Before January 27th, you accidentally entered that cave. If you make a mistake, you must correct it, but in order to correct the mistake, you will have to pay a price. Tan-nak said, the price he had to pay was probably next year's sacrifice. It is mandatory to choose villagers in Uza Village, right? Jizo nodded, yes, so Matsumoto was the chosen one that year. It turns out that's the case. Apparently village chief Jizo knew everything. On the evening of the previous day, Principal Aoki accepted Jizo's invitation to attend the party. Afterwards, he got drunk and was taken back to the hotel by the villagers, but the person who took Director Aoki away that day was Matsumoto Izumi's wife. And it was she who reported the director's disappearance. She didn't take the director back to the hotel, but took him to the cave behind the mountain. The motive is very simple: her husband 4 years ago was chosen. Last year he was killed by a demon. She was originally a resident of Uza Village, so she knew the truth, and her resentment was deeper than those who did not understand. She wanted to destroy this village's sacrifice, wanted to make this damn ritual end here, make the people of the entire Uza Village pay for her husband's life. In her eyes, the people in this village are all murderers, and she has absolutely no psychological burden at all. Wait, suddenly Tan-nak remembered something. Every year the chosen person will coexist with the devil, killing the person chosen by the devil 3 years ago in a state of unconsciousness. But what about the tourist who entered the cave one day 4 years ago? As if he understood Tan-nak's thoughts, Jizo village chief said as he drank wine. I already told you, if you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Tan-nak stood up. Did you kill Principal Aoki? That's right, only by killing him will order return to its old orbit, so today we can continue to look for a new person. But I've saved you a little time. He's still breathing in the next room. If you want to ask something, just take the time. Tan-nak was a bit surprised. Why did it feel like this Jizo village chief knew his purpose and everything about him? Suddenly Jizo said an incomprehensible sentence. His and his father's lives were like two streams, constantly converging and then separating. Today in this village, they have overlapped. One day in the future, perhaps when he meets his father in another place, at that time he may regret looking for him. The scene changes to a place called the Branch Building in Futakahashi. A typical blonde guy walks into the room and says, "Sorry I'm late." Ms. Miza, Ms. Yuzuki, the girl named Yuzuki asked did he agree? Tamakichi, the blonde nodded, yes, he agreed to meet me the day after tomorrow. If you forgot, this guy is also one of the group wearing the cursed mask, and is the one who arranged to meet Tan-nak 3 days later. The girl Miza seemed quite cold, snorting. Compared to him, I care more about how good I am. Speaking of which, I've never been to a good province before. What kind of place is that? Tamakichi replied, what am I doing? It's a place with a lot of mountains. The north borders the Sea of Japan, the east borders Hyogo Prefecture, and the west borders Shirmane Prefecture. The area is not too large, it is the province with the lowest population in the country. The central city is what good city I am, Kuzuzushi City and Yanaga City. Oh yes, Miss Yuzuki. I heard that this province is the most beautiful in Japan, called the Mirror Coast. The coastline in that place is like the horizon. Extremely beautiful, the fastidious Miza let out a loud noise. Is that all you found out about Hyogo Prefecture or something? Blonde-haired, guilty, this female doctor is still stubborn like that, if it's about the curse. It is true that in this province there are many curses with a long history, but most of them have been proven to be just false propaganda to attract tourists. But in neighboring Shirmane Prefecture, there actually exists a rather powerful curse. In the history of Thin Yen, it was recorded that someone was invited to Shirmane Province to conduct Thin Yen. In Shirmane Province there is a place called Uza Village. There exists a black level curse that cannot be moved. That place is called Hoitan Cave. However, there was an invited person who used his own strength to solve the death story of Hoitan Cave. At the same time, it also reduces the black level curse to the weakest foul level curse. Saying it again and again, that newbie Shinya mask. Looks like he's also in Uza Village right now, right? Before Maiza finished hearing the story, she turned around and left. These kinds of time-wasting chats, don't call me to join next time, you're such an arrogant lord. Blonde Hair thought it was her fault, so she quickly stood up and apologized. Yuzuki sighed, you don't need to apologize. Her personality has always been like that, the blonde continued. Actually, if we talk about Totoji province, the most suspicious place must mention a mountain. It is a mountain called Hazama. Legend has it that only one foreign missionary ever came to Totoji province. In the end, he chose to stay on this Hazama mountain. After that, Mount Hazama became a holy place for suicides in Totoji province, and has remained unchanged until now. But we still need to wait until after the list is announced to know, only then will we receive accurate information. Yuzuki nodded once, then I'll excuse myself first, contacting that new person is bothering you, Tamakichi. Suddenly the blonde sighed and thought to herself, perhaps the name of the new person named Qin is unknown right now, the person who was chosen for the next Thin Yen list right from the moment. Announcing the level of the curse that was chosen from somewhere. It's just that if you want to get more information than others, you have to pay a price. For example, if you hand over Kanak, the next level curse will still have his mask, that Shinya mask. Turning back to Tan Nok, he was led by the village chief to the place where Principal Aoki was locked up. At this time, the dean was blindfolded and gagged, his hands and feet tied to the chair. It seems my guess was correct, if we used the level standard of the curse in Thin Yen to measure that cave. The demon in there is at most puppet level. This curse is completely unable to take possession of human souls. When he killed Fujima, the devil was controlling his body, but at other times, it was still Principal Aoki. Tan Nok pulled out a piece of tape from his mouth and gave it to Dean Aoki. Half a year ago, Tan said my father had come to Shirmaine province. What did he come here for? Where did you go after leaving Shirmaine prefecture? The old dean seemed to see a ray of hope. Mr. Tan, if you save me, I will tell you everything I know. Tan Nok suddenly said, then I don't want to listen anymore. When he saw Tan Nok turn around to leave, the dean quickly said, Kanagawa province. After his father left Shirmaine prefecture, he arrived in Kanagawa prefecture. He seemed to be looking for something, it seemed to have something to do with a mask. It seems that this director still knows some information, it would be a pity if he died like that. Tan Nok asked the village chief, must he be killed? The village chief said that only by killing him would the curse return to the cave. Carrying out the correct ritual procedure, I have satisfied your request, are you planning to stop me? Tan Nok thought to himself, although he never told Aoki that he would save him, he just answered his question. With my philosophy of life, I have to do something for him as a way to repay him. The price to pay for preventing Jizo from killing the dean is too great, and it is not worth the value of the last two questions. If something corresponds to those two questions, it can only be a statement. Tan Nok asked the dean, do you have any disclaimers you want me to send to your family? Tan Nok's words surprised not only the dean, but also the village chief. He thought Tan Nok was going to save people. At this time, in the cave behind the mountain, the sacrifice ceremony is still being conducted as usual. The winter sacrifice is about to begin, why hasn't Mr. Tan appeared yet? Welcome all visitors to Uza Village's winter sacrifice ceremony. Next I will draw lucky winners this year. Also our holy elect. And congratulations, the person chosen as this year's saint-elect is named Ms. Ibuki Az Jizo. Hearing that, Ibuki immediately turned pale with fear. The people around were certainly discouraged when they heard the results. It's not me again, I've participated in participation for 3 consecutive years. Ibuki was deep in thought, Mr. Tan still hadn't arrived yet. Should I raise my hand to admit that I am the chosen one? At this time, in the direction of the village chief and Tan Nok, they all heard the voice of choosing someone. If you're dead, why do you still choose someone from outside the village to be the saint? Jizo's face turned pale and he called the person in charge in the cave behind the mountain. But from the police to his close friends, no one picked up the phone. It's obvious that someone has deliberately blocked the signal behind the mountain. What is that person trying to do? Tan Nok asked Jizo, after the order was reversed, only he had to choose people from the village next time. Did the people in the village know? Jizo said, "Of course I'm the only one who knows, that's not true." "You mean, you finally remembered Matsumoto's wife? The person who took the abbot to the cave behind the mountain and disrupted the order of the ceremony. Doesn't she also know the rules of this vow?" For years ago, a tourist went into the cave one day early and disrupted the ritual order. Later, though, that person was killed by Uza Village. But mistakes that have been made must be corrected with blood. The sacrifice that year must be a native of Uza Village. And Matsumoto Izumi was chosen. Matsumoto was taken into the cave and then exactly 3 years later was killed by the next sacrifice. So his wife planned to take revenge. First of all, she knew the exact words, so she led the abbot Aoki into the cave one day before January 26, disrupting the order of the ceremony. Then, in order to prevent the village chief from correcting her mistake, she called the Shurmain prefectural police so that the police could take the chief away. Don't let the people in the village kill the dean. But what she did not expect was that the village's power was so great that it could steal people from the Shurmain prefectural police. This woman, blinded by the fire of hatred, came up with a second plan. If so, the next saint chosen would still not be from Uza Village. So the sacrifice will still fail. At that time, this Uza Village will definitely be completely killed by that demon. That was Matsumoto's wife's entire plan. The village chief realized that the situation was not good. He was no longer in the mood to deal with Principal Aoki, so he quickly rushed to the car outside and drove straight to the cave. Tannock took the opportunity to untie Principal Aoki, but he was handcuffed to the chair and could not undo the handcuffs with his bare hands. Tannock asked him, "Were you so scared that you became stupid?" The chair that was handcuffing that man was very heavy. The dean stood up and said yes. "I can stand up now." Then the two of them just walked out of this strange place. Tannock went first and the dean followed. At this time, it seemed that because she could not wait for Tannock, Ibuki stood up and prepared to perform the sacrifice, becoming the chosen one. But why does this cave give me such an uneasy feeling? The cold wind blowing from inside is like the breath of an extremely terrifying creature, making my goosebumps rise. Aunt Matsumoto was nearby and kept urging Ibuki to quickly go into the cave, because as long as she went in, the ceremony would officially be ruined twice, and the demon would definitely be angry. But Ibuki still wanted to wait for Tannock. Mr. Tan said to wait for him here. This cave was too dangerous, he couldn't go inside. At this moment, village chief Jizo had already arrived at the cave. He pointed at Aunt Matsumoto and scolded her. "This crazy woman, what are you trying to do? Why are you still standing there? Don't drag her down quickly." Only now did the police there realize that they had been tricked by this auntie. Normally, the ceremony would be scheduled for 12 o'clock. Why is it that it's only 11 o'clock and she already wants to organize it quickly? Suddenly Tannock is somewhere, with a microphone talking to everyone. "Welcome everyone, this is the Uza Village Neighborhood Association. This year we have made a big decision. The magic cave behind the mountain will be opened without restrictions. We hope that every guest who steps inside will bring a little happiness home. Wishing everyone a share." As soon as Tannock's words ended, all the tourists there became extremely excited. So the crowd was like a swarm of ants rushing straight into the cave, like splitting bamboo, and no one could stop them. The Jizo village chief at this moment could only turn pale and silently curse, "It's gone, it's really gone, no one can save me on this trip." This is also something that Tannock does not understand. Why did Jizo have to drive so hastily to the cave behind the mountain just now? The wireless signal on the phone was blocked. But the wired signal at the radio station still works normally. Wouldn't using a walkie-talkie here to announce it solve the problem? It's confusing. Tannock continued to speak into the radio. "If you can hear me, I'm still waiting for you, repeat again. I'm still waiting for you, Ibuki." Ibuki girl heard that and cried loudly, "Mr. Tan didn't lie to me, indeed he is still waiting for me." At 1 o'clock on the afternoon of January 27, Tannock was at the bus station. Ibuki eagerly asked Tannock, "Mr. Tan, do you want to go?" Tannock didn't say much to her, just simply said there were still a few things to do. Ibuki asked again, "So is it okay for everyone to go into that cave?" I remember Mr. Tan once said that the cave was a bad place, with such a large number of guests. The Koi Loi level vow certainly does not dare to reveal any of its actions. There will be roughly two types of results. Firstly, the prayer inside the cave is passive. After people enter, it cannot retract its abnormality. As a result of this situation, the vow will be immediately killed by the power of the real world. As for the second result, it sensed that a large number of people were rushing into the cave, so it chose to hide its abnormality, and then settle the matter with Uza Village. This ceremony has been completely ruined. It remains to be seen what the fate of Uza Village will be in the future. They deceived all the tourists who came to visit Uza Village for tourism. Such a result was because they sowed the wind and reaped the storm. No one can be blamed. When the train arrived, Tan-nak said goodbye to Ibuki, forgetting that if you have any problems in the future, you can come to me for help. Thank you very much, Ms. Ibuki, for helping me recently. If it weren't for Ibuki, Tan-nak probably would have been lying in the snow that day. So both of them officially said goodbye to each other. In the future, if there is fate, perhaps they will meet again. After Tan-nak got into the car, Ibuki sighed, from beginning to end, I was the only one who was affectionate. I just really liked Mr. Tan's eyes. Those eyes have never had anything to worry about. From his body, I felt a special kind of contradiction. It was clear that he had a firm grasp of the events and the truth. But like that, he doesn't know anything about the rules of behavior between people. Every time I said sorry, he remembered it clearly in his heart. Then I will think about what I did wrong to apologize for, and then explain to myself that there is absolutely no need to apologize. Suddenly, Ibuki's phone had a message from Tan-nak. Miss Ibuki, the peach blossoms are blooming. Ibuki happily blushed. I saw it too, Mr. Tan. The scene changes to a place called the Opening Reception, the Takahashi Art Theater's ancient music concert. This girl is Yuzuki, the daughter of the tycoon family, who is also the same person as Tan-nak. I heard that Miss Yuzuki is the head violinist of this concert. The Takahashi family is really powerful. This theater is also a new project that they built after the pitch was completed. Yuzuki stood in front of the entire audience and said, "Everyone, I have something to announce. I will permanently give up my position as head violinist and will not participate in any more concerts." Hearing that, everyone was extremely surprised. Miss Yuzuki pursue another subject. Is this decision related to the change in positions within the Takahashi family's leadership class? To the questions that followed, Yuzuki did not give any more answers. Yuzuki then returned to his own room. Tell the security outside, I want to be alone for the next few days. You don't have to go follow me. The security officer replied that Mr. Jia had instructed us not to interfere in the lady's personal affairs, but hoped that she would pay attention to safety. If you need help, immediately press the emergency button, we will immediately come. After that, Yuzuki disguised himself a bit, went out to catch a taxi, and started moving. This life is inherently unfair, some people will say, because life is unfair, trying is meaningful. But up until now, Yuzuki has always underestimated this statement, like her for example. Almost everyone born in this world, even if they work hard all their lives, cannot accumulate the wealth that they have had since they were born. For example, the cold Miza, she was very beautiful when she was born. Furthermore, one's stats far surpass those of ordinary people. Is this fair? Obviously, all are human. The most basic element that makes up a human being is completely the same, but regardless is the ability to think. There will be clear differences in mobility. Moreover, this difference is almost impossible to compensate for by trying. For Yuzuki, the only justice in this world is life and death. Simply put, life cannot be chosen, death cannot be escaped. Young Japanese people all admire her wealth, but they don't know that she also admires them for living freely. At least there won't be a permanent death curse hanging over the top of one's head, forcing people to jump into existence in the middle of the line between life and death. And very soon, that moment is about to come to Yuzuki again. Every time Thin Yen is about to take place, Yuzuki will disguise himself first. Prepare a few things. The so-called preparation is relaxation. She asked the cold girl Miza to go see a movie together. Even though the other side refused very strongly, when Yuzuki threatened to cut off research aid, Maiza had to reluctantly agree. Hey Maiza, why does anyone wear a blue researcher's shirt to the movies like you? Also, maybe you're the last person in Japan who doesn't know how to wear makeup, now even high school students are more presentable than you. Maiza was not very happy, staring at Yuzuki. I give you 2 hours, soon we were both at the cinema, this is a horror movie. Because the quality of the movie was so bad, not many people wanted to go see it. The entire theater, including the 2 Yuzuki people, only had more than 10 people. Yuzuki discovered that Maiza's leg had bruises and worriedly asked her. Maiza was still as cold as ever. There were just a few mistakes in the experiment, it's okay. This girl is really crazy, doing experiments on her own body. We're about to go to Shirmaine province. If you get injured during this time, you know what the impact will be, Maiza replied. I know, it's okay. Then Maiza said, please lend me 30,000 yen, I was kicked out of the room by the landlord. After listening, Yuzuki could only sigh. You did the experiment in the room again, right? Maiza recounted, suddenly I had a hunch that this experiment would be successful, but that was just me thinking. Then, boom, the room exploded. Yuzuki was also very curious, he was a doctor of medicine, why did he experiment to the point of exploding? This was too scary. The worry about what's about to happen has eased a bit. Maiza can be considered one of her few friends. Although he has a very strange personality, his trustworthiness is extremely high. Scene changes to Tan-Nok, Sanjen area, Zeta Gaza district. It seems like this is the place, right? From inside there, the blonde guy just saw Tan-Nok coming. Then he immediately stood up to welcome Tan-Nok. Hello, please come out, I am the Doji Mask, let's go inside and talk slowly. Inside, Tan-Nok wondered, did everyone in Thin Yen call each other by the name of the mask? It sounded like a masquerade of some cult organization. The blonde replied, you can also call me Tamakichi, or Kichi for short, everyone. I know your name, you're Tan-Nok, right? Next time Thin Yen will have 5 people participating, including me and you, Tan-Nok. Tan-Nok is quite surprised. Do you know in advance who will be chosen? It cannot be considered to know in advance, in fact, from the moment the level of the lyrics is determined, it is sung. Everything has been arranged. In my opinion, these 7 days are the time for us to receive relevant intelligence. Tan-Nok asked again, so why do you know you are the chosen one, but I don't? Kichi said, this is information that needs to be exchanged with corresponding value. It's also Ka-Nok, 9-Eyes Ka-Nok in your cage, you also received a piece for yourself from the previous promise, right? Tan-Nok understands, so what he means is, this piece of Ka-Nok can be used in exchange for the hidden clue from Mrs. Dong, right? That's right, in addition to exchanging information, its biggest effect is to forever escape the curse and escape from this deadly and terrifying Thin Yen. Tan-Nok continued to ask, the 9-Eyes Ka-Nok that you said was a reward for the survivors of Thin Yen? Kichi replied, this is true but also not completely true. Take the example of Thin Yen from last time, Mr. Tan. The original level of Koi Loi's words will condense into a complete piece of Go-Nok. The 3 people chosen as guests will only have to survive until the end to be eligible to receive Go-Nok. However, if there is no contribution during that feast, then even if one survives to the end, one will not receive any reward. It also means wasting the opportunity to participate in Thin Yen, but for example, even Mr. Tan. If Truong Mai and Dai Sun can both survive to the end, then the 3 people will share that piece of Ka-Nok equally, which means each person will get 3 eyes. Tan-Nok raised the question again, so suppose the 2 of them had 90% contribution, but the 2 of them unfortunately died at the last minute before Thin Yen ended, then Ka-Nok would be counted. How? Kichi said, I just need a little contribution. So when Thin Yen ends, if he was the only one left alive, then all the Ka-Nok of that oath would belong to him. Then Tan-Nok understood why the 2 of them always wanted to act on their own. They had to risk their lives and struggle with life and death. If they didn't get anything, it would be too disadvantageous. Not to mention 9-Eyes Ka-Nok can also change the status of leaving Thin Yen forever, how can anyone not want it? Kichi continued, his question was not bad, it was true that someone had done that before. At the last moment before Thin Yen ended, he killed his teammate, and that person's mask was called Tengu. Mr. Tan, you are new. In the future you will slowly understand Thin Yen's true purpose. We are people of the same gender. Also a direct competitor, Thin Yen is a magical puzzle that requires everyone to cooperate and be wary of each other. Most of the people chosen to join Thin Yen are ordinary people with nothing outstanding. After being continuously tormented for a long time in fear, their psychology gradually became unstable. Maybe they didn't kill people because they were greedy for the entire Nine-Eyed Magatama, but simply didn't want to see anyone else escape from this Thin Yen. Tan-nak immediately asked, "Then Mr. Kichi, what kind of person are you?" Very good question. Thank God my mind is still very stable right now. This is also the reason I asked Mr. Tan to come out here to talk. Mr. Tan, you are still not contaminated by Thin Yen. I hope you can become our teammate. As long as we cooperate, I believe we can join forces to escape this person's words. Tan-nak asked again, according to what you said, among the 5 people participating in Thin Yen this time, the 4 of you are already allies? Kichi said, including me, there are 3 people. Besides Uncle Tan, there is another person in Hokkaido, but still cannot be contacted. Tan-nak stood up and said, forgive me for speaking frankly, I don't see any strings attached to this type of teammate. As long as they want, anyone can stab a teammate before Thin Yen ends at any time. Thank you for answering a few questions for me, but for this childish team game, I'm sorry I didn't join you guys. Just like that, Tan-nak stood up and left, but Kichi still sat there leisurely without saying anything, thinking he was a calm person. Who would have thought that just after Tan-nak had been gone for a few seconds, Han was so angry that he grabbed the cup so tightly that it broke, and his hand also bled a lot. The staff asked him worriedly, only to see that Kichi's face was almost covered in tears, extremely angry. 9:00 a.m. the next day. Hello, is there an empty room for rent here? I don't know if it's fate or luck. The house that Tan-nak came to ask to rent was the place that the girl Miza had just found. Miza asked Tan-nak, have you come from another province? Do you know about the condition of this house? Tan-nak replied, I am a foreigner, because there are rumors of ghosts. The rent here is very cheap. I am not afraid of ghosts. Miza said again, sometimes I will do something, the noise will be a bit loud, like an explosion. Do you feel that? Tan-nak does not care about that problem. Just ask the girl, is there any food here? I'm almost out of money. If it's just a matter of eating your fill, then come inside. You seem to be quite suitable for my request. Tan-nak went inside and took a look. The aesthetics of this house are also very good. If it weren't for the rumors of ghosts, it would definitely not be possible to rent it at such a cheap price. The girl came in front of Tan-nak and said, if you want to stay here, you must pay 3 months' rent in advance. Tan-nak answered by pulling out his 2 empty bags. Miza asked Tan-nak again. So how are you going to pay? Do you want to make money? Tan-nak replied, of course I want to, but I don't sell myself. They both looked at each other blankly, speechless. I've thought a lot about things like tourist souvenirs that can be sold for money, so is that so? But actually, Tan-nak didn't have any souvenirs, only the possessed doll that he forgot to bring back. Now I don't know where it is anymore. Miza looked at Tan-nak and sighed, in fact, clothes or shoes can also be sold. Waiting for this winter, just leaving 2 sets of clothes is enough, everything else is sold out. Follow me, I sold it a long time ago. Tan-nak looked at Miza in front of him admiringly, this girl is so trustworthy, he didn't expect to show him such good ways to make money. Miza then showed Tan-nak to his room. The rightmost door is the bathroom is in the yard, this big room is my room, next to it is his room. Put your luggage in there first, this is the kitchen, do you know how to cook? Tan-nak said he knew, but I could only cook common dishes. Not knowing how to cook Japanese food, Miza nodded, then you are in charge of cooking, every day you cook I buy food, but remember not to use too expensive ingredients. Both of us are not well off. Tan-nak asked Miza again, you haven't finished talking yet, right? So where is the place rumored to have ghosts in this house? Miza pointed to the pond outside the yard and said, there was once a family of 3 who drowned. Tan-nak was quite surprised and complained, Could this tiny mouth of water be drowned? Isn't that special? Looking at the water level, even if you bathe in the water, it won't reach your waist. How could a family of 3 drown together? As if understanding Tan Nak's doubts, Miza said that, making it difficult for others to believe, so rumors spread that it was done by the devil. At this moment, both Tan Nak and Miza had messages sent at the same time. Tan Nak opened his phone to see, Mr. Tan, tomorrow is the time for Thin Yen. After the dream ends, we will wait for you at 9:00 a.m. at Daita Station, Zeta Gaza District. I hope you arrive on time, everyone's dreams are different. We need to share intelligence, signed Tamakichi. So both of them said to the other, I have to go out for a trip. I won't be home for the next few days. I don't know when I'll be back. Coincidentally, Tan Nak is the same. So, see you again in a few days, housemates. Tan Nak returned to his room to arrange his things. After leaving Shirmaine Province, the old man went to Kanagawa Province. But where in Kanagawa Prefecture did he go? The exact address he left behind is only the Izumo History Museum. Director Aoki once said that my father went to the museum to find a mask. Are there masks there? Previously, due to being involved in Uza Village's business, I had not gone into the museum to take a look. Tan Nak immediately called Ibuki, who was at the museum. Seeing that Tan Nak called Ibuki, he was so happy that he quickly picked up the phone. Miss Ibuki, can I ask you something? Find me a mask, the mask with the birth picture printed on it. After finishing arranging, Tan Nak immediately went to bed to rest, right? As soon as he passed the next day, Tan Nak was immediately transported to Thin Yen space. This time those people were no longer sitting around me. Looks like what I guessed was correct. The last time I sat in the middle was a form of welcoming new people to this place, just like last time. The body could not move, only the brain was still functioning normally, and just like last time, everyone else was wearing masks. The arrangement of these rows of skeleton chairs is very delicate. They form 3 circles surrounding Mrs. Dong in the center. The innermost circle has 9 chairs, the middle circle has 15 chairs, and the outermost circle has 25 chairs. However, not every chair has a person sitting on it. The only circle with all the people sitting is the circle in the middle. Kichi wears a doji mask, which is the Qthandong 2 mask. There are 15 people sitting in the middle circle. The outer circle I'm sitting in has a total of 25 seats, but it's not full of people, there are a few chairs. Coming to try one round, there are currently 22 people, against 3 seats. Tan Nak boldly speculates that these 3 seats belong to the 3 people Taguchi, Trungmai and Dai-sun. As for the innermost circle, there are a total of 9 chairs, although at this moment there are only 4 people sitting there are up to 5 chairs, I only recognize 2 of those 4 masks. In turn, there is a Vidra mask and a mask with only one word, two masks that I have never seen even introduced. One side is black, one side is white, it looks like a yin and yang vortex, and the other one looks like a real person. At first glance I think this person is not wearing a mask. But looking closely, it looks like a human skin mask. The beauty of this mask has surpassed perfection. In short, this time there are a total of 49 chairs, 41 people sitting, 8 chairs, except for Kichi wearing the doji mask. I don't know anyone here. At this time, Ms. Dong, who had been motionless from the beginning until now, began to move her hands, and from inside fell out 5 masks, one after the other, doji masks. Qthandong 2, Miaohu mask, Snonu mask, Tianhon mask, and finally Tan Nak Shinya mask, also known as True Snake mask. As expected, as Kichi said, the chosen one was determined from the beginning. Ms. Dong said, Thin Yen's request this time is to discover the devil's legs and survive for 3 days. The original rank is black, the number of 9 eyes Nak is 3, the number of participants is 5, Bak Kui wins me, Jai Tian enters dream, Thin Yen officially begins. After Mrs. Dong finished speaking, Tan Nak dreamed of a white snow-covered mountain, a group of people climbing the snow mountain. One of them said, February 1st, 10 am. As soon as this sentence ended, Tan Nak also woke up from his sleep. The dream just now is the dream that every Thin Yen participant dreams of. I dream of a group of mountain climbers. I lit a fire and ran away. I can't remember what else happened. But there is such information engraved in the brain that cannot be dismissed. It is 10 a.m. on February 1st. Today is January 31st. Yesterday Kichi sent a text message saying he would wait for me at Daita station at 9 a.m. The phone call said it would take less than half an hour to get there. But just to be sure, I'll get there a little earlier. Before getting there, Tan-nak wants to take a shower before leaving. When he opened the door, he saw the housemate. Yesterday, Tan-nak hadn't even asked her name, but if he remembered correctly, he saw her when he signed the rental contract. It seemed like Miza. After taking a shower, Tan-nak started preparing his things to leave. Based on his dream yesterday, the place he was going to seemed to be a snowy mountain. Maybe just using a few things that work in such terrain will be enough. Tan-nak finished preparing his things and went out to see that Miza had also finished packing and was preparing to go somewhere. Why does her backpack look so similar to mine? She didn't bring a change of clothes. It doesn't look like a long trip. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. Both of them left the house at the same time. Then on the way to travel, I also took the same road, then went to the same bus stop to get there. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Miza thought to herself, what is this guy planning to do? Follow me, but no one follows in such a clear and straightforward way. It must be a coincidence. When the bus arrived, Tan-nak opened her mouth. I took the liberty of asking Ms. Miza a question. Don't tell me you're going to Daita station. Miza was also surprised. Could it be that he also came to Daita station? This is too coincidental. At this time at Daita station, Kichi and Yuzuki were already waiting. Oh, they're here, so you two know each other. Kichi came forward and introduced, hello, so now I will introduce a little. This is Mr. Tan-nak, his mask is Chan-sa. Yuzuki walked over and said, hello Mr. Tan, I'm Yuzuki, my mask is Zen Emperor, nice to meet you, and this girl is Miza. Her mask is Neo Hue. Tan-nak thanks Yuzuki for explaining, but we just discussed this on the bus. Yuzuki was quite curious how Miza and Tan-nak knew each other like that. They met by chance on the bus later. Miza said, we live together. Both Kichi and Yuzuki are very charming, exactly Miza's style. As always, short words make people easily misunderstand. So Mr. Tan, can you explain for my friend Miza? Tan-nak answered, it's simple to understand. While we were together, Kichi and Yuzuki continued to make faces. They were truly a match made in heaven. Their explanations were no different at all. Uncle Tan's mask is Chan-sa, Miza's mask is Neo Hue, a cat and a snake. What a coincidence. Tan-nak asked Kichi what he meant by this, but Kichi didn't explain anymore. He said, the car is coming, let's get in the car first and talk later. Yuzuki kept questioning Miza, what kind of relationship did you and him have? Miza sighed. I just rented a room to him, it's nothing, it's not like we're living together. In the car, Tan-nak realized something, at this time that cold lady Miza was smiling much more than when she was alone, so I can take the liberty to ask. What does the name of the mask we wear symbolize, if explained in plain terms, that it reveals a certain characteristic of the chosen person? For example, Yuzuki's mask is that of the Zen Emperor. In Japanese legend, the Zen Emperor was a pipa musician during the Warring States period. In the real world, Yuzuki is a violinist. For example, Kichi, his mask is Kyuthandong 2, the leader of the demons in Japanese legend. In the real world, Kichi is a young president, leading countless subordinates. Kichi said without arrogance, don't exaggerate, it's just a small company, but that reminds me, the person named Hiba flew here from Hokkaido, his mask is Snow Maiden, maybe it's also related. Related to his hometown Hokkaido. If what they said was true, then Tan-nak wondered what his true snake mask symbolized, what aspect of Tan-nak's personality it represented. Alright everyone, I think it's time to gather my dream clues. My dream clue is Hazama Snow Mountain. Totoji Province, Yuzuki said, I dreamed of a fully filled out travel list, with 6 names on it. Tan-nak's dream was at 10 a.m. on February 1st, while Miza's dream was simpler, an avalanche event. It sounds like the 6 snow climbers were going to reach Hazama Snow Mountain at 10:00 a.m. on February 1st, then encountered an avalanche event. The request that Ms. Dong made was also very strange. telling us to awaken the true ghost and then survive for 3 days. Could it be said that this time a fake ghost will appear? Thin Yen has also had such requests before. The shorter the time, the higher the difficulty of survival. The shortest survival event was recorded. It was Thin Yen's wish to grant red blood 10 years ago. Ms. Dong's request was only that everyone survive within 3 hours, but Thin Yen's survival rate was 0%. Yuzuki spoke again, but Mrs. Dong's words were very strange, asking to awaken the true devil. What exactly is the so-called awakening for? Is it okay to discover and point out the demon, or to clearly understand that the other person is a demon? At present, it is still unclear about this request of Ms. Dong. However, we have to stay at Mount Hazama for 3 days. During the climbing process, if we only wear the clothes like now, it is definitely not enough to withstand the heat. So after reaching Totoji province, we need to buy some items to keep our body warm. In addition, simple food supplements such as drinking water and food reserves are also needed. Hearing that, both Miza and Tan Nak immediately agreed. This job is all up to you, Mr. Kichi, because these two poor people have run out of money, right? Kichi spoke up. If that's the case, then we wish all of us, luckily, to be able to successfully resolve this wish. Scene changes to a girl's side. Where is this place? Who am I? Oh yes, I'm Chika. I went climbing with Takai, Hizoshi, Kenji, Yuki and Saji. The 6 of us made an appointment together. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock we will leave for Mount Hazama, but why am I standing in the hallway like this? We're leaving tomorrow, I should be resting in bed now, right? Also, where does the sound of running water come from? Obviously I didn't see any water in the hallway. Room 206 is Takai's room, 209 is Hizoshi's, 215 is Kenji's, 218 is Yuki's and room 221 is Saji's. The sound of my footsteps echoed in the hallway again. It was very late, all around were quiet now. I looked intently at these rooms. Suddenly I feel a bit strange. Maybe it's because the light is too weak, or maybe it's because my mind is spinning because I've been sleeping for so long. Those black room number cards seem strangely crooked. Chika kept walking without stopping, but at one point she passed by a room. She suddenly felt a chill deep in her bones. This cold feeling woke up Chika's mind. She turned her head to look. A white room number card hung on the door, so familiar but impossible to remember. Out of luck, Chika gently knocked on the door with that white numbered card. Right at that dark, deserted night, a sound echoed in the room. It sounded like there was not only no one in this room, but there was also nothing inside. The sound of water was getting louder and louder. Was it coming from the bathroom at the end of the hallway? Chika decided to go to the bathroom to see if the plumbing was broken or not. But the closer she got, the clearer the sound of water flowing up the stairs became. The thought in Chika's mind was to quickly turn off the faucet in the bathroom. Then go to sleep so you can go climbing tomorrow. From their strange voices rang out, Dam lo du fi hoi, mintan de thu bai, tu ma trin Thursday guest. De demong ho vai, this is an ancient poem in the poetry collection Tu Thuong Bak Nen Not Thursday, which is now often only heard at kazuta competition venues. Who is the person reciting this poem in the toilet? Chika opened the bathroom door a little to take a look. Inside there was a girl in a red dress, standing in front of the mirror. His mouth kept saying the last verse over and over again. Only now did Chika notice that her feet were cold, the water had long since flowed out. But is this thing water? It was sticky like blood, more accurately, and the fishy smell rushed straight into my nose. There was no doubt that it was the smell of blood. Is that person in the bathroom committing suicide? Who exactly is that person? Chika was so scared by this scene that she couldn't control herself and slowly backed away. Until she couldn't move back anymore because she bumped into something. Chika now clearly saw the face of the person in the red dress in the bathroom. She is Maki, that's right, Suzuki Maki. The 6 of us met up to go to the snowy mountain to worship Maki. The demon Maki smiled and said, "Come here quickly, I'm waiting for you guys." Chika screamed and opened her eyes. It turned out that what had just happened was just in her dream. Outside the door, Chika's friends heard screaming and quickly knocked on the door asking if Chika was okay. So it was just a dream, maybe because I'd been thinking about Maki too much lately, that's why I had such a dream. Moments later, the group of 6 friends started to go up the snow mountain, and Tan-Nak and his group were right behind. Last night, the person named Chiba, the last person to fly here from Hokkaido, also met. He was a middle-aged guy about 30 years old, tall and thin. Theo doesn't talk much, always has a smile on his face, and the clue is in his dream related to worship. Very quickly, 5 people of Tan-Nak were present at the foot of Hazama Snow Mountain. We are here, black level vow. Just like that, 6 climbers of Chika's group walked ahead. Unbeknownst to them, right behind were 5 people from Tan-Nak's group following closely. Tan-Nak spoke up. The temperature of this mountain is quite strange. You were obviously extremely cold, but after entering the snowy mountain, you somehow became warmer. Chiba spoke up. The likely reason is because Hazama Snow Mountain is not a year-round snow mountain. The altitude above sea level of this type of seasonal snow mountain itself is not high. Furthermore, due to the influence of seawater, even in winter, the temperature will not be too extreme. Kichi spoke up. Last night everyone thoroughly investigated the documents of the other 6 people. Did you find any useful information? Yuzuki shook his head. For now, he can only tell that these people were all from Totoji Environmental University. I also called to ask the teachers of that university. On the other end of the line, it was clear that the other person was answering me, but when the sound passed through my phone, it turned into screeching noises. Furthermore, although the documents related to them could clearly be opened, in my eyes I couldn't see anything. On the other side, Maiza also faced the same situation. All the things related to these 6 people, it seems, are not allowed for us to learn or see. Perhaps it was made by Thin Yen. Kichi wondered, why did Thin Yen do that? Never before has something like this happened. Could it be that if we knew the news about the 6 of them, it would make this game extremely simple, so Thin Yen wouldn't let us know? Tan-Nak also spoke up. Perhaps the information Ms. Dong gave us was to distract us or something similar. While the 5 people in Tan-Nak's group were busy thinking. On the other side, the 6 mountaineers began to clash. 2 of the 6 people there turned to fight. Don't be too harsh, do you want to kill us? The person who attacked was named Kenji. He asked while hitting, I know what you want to do. The person who was beaten was named Yuki. Even though he was beaten, he had no intention of resisting. The pink-haired girl is Chika, the one having nightmares. Next to Saji, this guy in red is named Takai. The last person wearing this blue shirt is Hizoshi. Kichi suggested, should we go up and contact them? Sooner or later, we will have to come into contact with the 6 of them. So, let's take advantage of the time they're fighting and try to make contact. Tan-Nak felt very strange. Why did the closer he got to that group of 6 climbers, the more he felt like that, closer to another time? Their image also became more distorted. From now on, the admin will call this group of climbers according to their shirt color to make it easier to distinguish everyone. Because these 6 people each wore a different color shirt anyway. Kichi was the one who arrived first and spoke up. Hello everyone, are you also going climbing? What happened? The guy who attacked the other person didn't pay any attention to Kichi. The guy snorted and kept glaring at the blue shirt that was beaten for a while. The orange shirt talks to the yellow shirt. Where do you see that bastard taking us? This is the road to the West Peak, go over the suspension bridge there. This is the most difficult part of Hazama Snow Mountain. The road has the highest risk of incidents. The indigo shirt explained, I didn't mean it. Anyway, this is the closest road. Red shirt sighed, okay, let's go back the old way. Anyway, the hotel is at the top of the east. Orange shirt still kept talking. Red shirt, don't meddle in other people's business. Surely that indigo shirt guy has some intention. He wants to kill us. The one who proactively wants to lead the way is him. The person who originally suggested going to Hazama Snow Mountain was also him. The person who said he wanted to worship Maki was also him. The red shirt turned blue and shouted, that's enough, the orange shirt. Don't talk anymore. Suddenly the girl in white didn't understand why. Naturally, she didn't say another word and ran alone straight across the supposedly dangerous bridge. So after that, the mountain climbers also hurriedly followed behind in white shirts, leaving only the orange shirt behind. He immediately cursed. What a bunch of crazy people who aren't afraid of death. Then the orange shirt turned to talk to Tan Nok and his group. If you want to go to the hotel, take another route. Quickly leave this dangerous place. Then the orange shirt also went across the bridge to chase after his friends, even though he knew the bridge in front of him was very dangerous. But it's clear that Tan Nok's group has no way out. You can only go up this bridge. Just walking on the bridge, creaking sounds continuously rang out. Proves that this bridge is too old. Tan Nok took out his phone to take a look. As expected, there can't be a phone signal in this godforsaken place. Very quickly, all 5 people of Tan Nok successfully crossed the bridge. The orange shirt is quite surprising. Hey, why don't you guys go back and cross the bridge instead? But when they had just passed one, the bridge had completed its mission. It immediately collapsed right before everyone's eyes. With many years of climbing experience, the other group of people affirmed that this was the only way to return. But it has already collapsed. Red Shirt intended to take out his phone to report the situation to the rescue police. But Tan Nok had already researched it. This place has no signal at all. Contacting the police is impossible. This is the classic Blizzard painting style. Everyone is stuck here. Next, the villain will attack each person in turn. Each object that he has predetermined. It's just that in the novel Trin Detective, the culprit can only be human. And here there is something else. A singing level curse is lurking here. Tan Nok asked Red Shirt, where did the first person in his group who ran across the bridge go? Red Shirt spoke up, you mean Chica? Isn't she right behind you? Tan Nok shook his head and said no. She was not the first person to cross the bridge. The first person was the one wearing the indigo shirt who was beaten by the orange shirt earlier. This statement from Tan Nok made the mountain climbers realize. It's true that they didn't know when they could no longer see him. If you want to know specifically when? Let Dr. Miza answer. In the first second when you mentioned the name Maki, that male student had already run across this bridge, and then it was the turn of the white-shirted girl. The orange shirt still seems to be very bitter towards the indigo shirt. Does that mean we're stuck here and it's all his plan? Now I don't see his heart anymore, do I? Regardless, we're all stuck in the West Peak right now. I hope that we can all coordinate our actions. Of course we will also help find the indigo shirt as soon as possible. What do you guys think? Faced with Kichi's opinion, no one among the mountaineers objected. All 5 of them strongly agreed. The yellow shirt took the white shirt's hand and asked, Chikaha, why did you suddenly run across the bridge just now? But the white shirt did not give any explanation. The red shirt interrupted, first, the urgent task now was to find the indigo shirt. Just now, he wasn't lightly beaten by the orange shirt. If something happened to him, he'd be in trouble. The orange shirt sounds very uncomfortable. Hey, what do you mean? If anything happens to him, we can only blame it on him running around alone, it has nothing to do with us. Besides, the top of this hand is so big, what kind of person are you looking for? Just rely on the few people we find to get there next year. Heba in Tan Nok's group spoke up, we can completely rely on footprints, the snowy ground is where the clearest clues are left. Whatever has been done here, even if covered by wind and snow, will still leave traces. This hidden statement from Heba suddenly made the mountaineers feel guilty in an inexplicable way. Then suddenly the girl in yellow pointed to one direction and shouted, look, on the snow to the left, there are footprints. If there really were footprints there, then it seemed like they could only be the footprints of the indigo shirt. It seemed like he hadn't run too far yet. Let's quickly follow the footsteps. But the white shirt on one side trembled and spoke to the group. But on the right side there are also footprints. How can that be? Why do two footprints appear in two opposite directions? Are there other people here besides those two groups? Isn't Hazama Snow Mountain just the two of us tourists? Tan-nak immediately felt something was wrong. There couldn't be anyone else here. The suspension bridge connecting to the main peak has been completely broken. Although below is not a deep abyss, it is certainly something that is difficult for human strength to overcome. Tan-nak walked up to Heba, who was staring blankly at the snow, and asked, "Have you discovered anything?" Heba waved his hands and replied, "Yes, I have a suggestion. If there are 2 rows of footprints, why don't we split into 2 paths to try and see if we all return here in exactly 1 hour? How do you feel?" The fact that there is only one person missing but 2 rows of footprints appear is truly strange. Kichi sighed, so it was clear that the reminder had appeared, which also meant that the demons had begun to fight. The Yuzuki girl spoke up, "One of our goals is to discover the real demon. This requirement seems to limit us to having to face it once to be able to identify the real devil. Now is a good opportunity. Thin Yen has just started, the demon is not too strong yet." Hearing this, the whole group of Tan-nak people agreed. "Then we leave equipment like tents, sleeping bags, and food here. It's okay to keep some necessary tools in your backpack, because it's convenient to find the guy wearing the cham shirt. Divide into 2 teams. A team includes Kichi, Yuzuki, and the guy in red. The remaining team includes Tan-nak, Shiba, orange shirt, and white shirt. The remaining 3 people with weak physical strength, such as the green shirt, the yellow shirt, and Miza, who was injured in the leg, will stay here in the dense forest. Both groups split up to search from 2 directions, and will return here after an hour." Yuzuki looked at the girl in white suspiciously. No matter how you looked, you could see that this girl was extremely suspicious. But why did Tan-nak and Shiba actively want to go with the other team? Surely they have something in mind. After the other 2 groups left for a while, only the green shirt, yellow shirt, and Miza in solid clothes remained. Green thought, "I know the person yellow shirt likes is red shirt, not me. But doesn't she know that the person the red shirt likes is the white shirt?" Just now, when the white shirt rushed across the bridge, the red shirt was the first to follow her. Red shirt's concern for white shirt has long surpassed friendship feelings. Suddenly yellow shirt asked blue shirt, "Did you dream about her yesterday?" That Suzuki Maki, the girl we killed, was startled when she heard that. "No, I didn't kill her, no one wanted to kill her. It's just that Maki has bad luck, it has nothing to do with us." That's right, yellow shirt also said it was because of her bad luck, it really had nothing to do with us. The girl Miza behind heard the entire strange conversation between these 2 people. "But I have no intention of going all the way." Returning to the 4 of Tan-nak, while walking to Chiba, he asked Tan-nak, "Mr. Tan, you also found out, right?" The reason why he chose the right path, Tan-nak replied. "Let's put it that way, the row of legs on the right is at least left by that young man. I observed those 2 rows of footprints very carefully. From the shallow depth to the size of the row of footprints on the left to judge. The person who left it was probably a girl about 45 kilograms, 1m55 to 1m6 tall, whose right footprint in terms of physical appearance was more similar to the cham shirt guy." Cam Shirt, the leader, suddenly discovered something. Immediately called Tan-nak 2 people to quickly come and take a look. It turned out that below where they stood, there was a frozen body of a woman. "I don't know how long it's been there." Shiba said, "Seeing a body frozen or falling off a cliff in the snow is a very normal thing, don't think nonsense, that's a girl, not your cham friend." But for some reason, Cam Shirt looked at the body below, feeling like the girl there was staring at him. A smile appeared on his mouth, but Cam's shirt was scared for a moment, then he slipped and fell down. If it weren't for the 3 people, Tan-nak, Shiba, and White Shirt, who were there to promptly pull him back, I'm afraid Cam's shirt would have become the next body lying at the foot of the snowy mountain. When Cam's shirt was pulled up, he lost all his courage. "I don't want to be in this place anymore. I want to go back." White Shirt asked him, "Where do you want to go? Can you still come back?" Cam Shirt trembled and said, "I saw it, the body just now was Suzuki Maki. She came back here to seek revenge on us, none of us can escape, the suspension bridge was probably broken by her. Tan-nak and Shiba, who were nearby, also asked these two people, "Can you tell us who the Suzuki Maki they said is?" The scene changes to the three people Yuzuki, Kichi, and the red shirt. While walking, red shirt suddenly shouted, "I'm dead, I lost my phone." Kichi said, "It's okay to fall, there's no signal here." The phone was of no use, the red shirt shook his head and said, "No way. To avoid getting lost, I stuffed my phone into my coat pocket, revealing the camera recording the whole road. If I go back now, I might not be able to find it in time. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it again after being buried by snow." Kichi and Yuzuki had no choice but to return to look for the phone and the red shirt. After walking for a while, Kichi asked Yuzuki next to her, did she feel anything strange? Yuzuki replied, the line of footprints ahead had faded a lot. In fact, this is also the reason why the three of them decided to immediately return. Since then, when moving, the three have always followed the footsteps. But as they walked, they all discovered that the footprints had become noticeably lighter, to a strange level, as if the person leaving the footprints became lighter and lighter as they walked. This kind of situation is too strange. Even if Red Shirt doesn't want to go back to look for the phone, Kichi and Yuzuki won't continue. Moments later, Kichi saw a phone lying on the snow. Maybe that's the phone that Red Shirt is looking for, but this Red Shirt. If your phone really did fall by accident, it couldn't have fallen that far from our footprints, right? This made Red Shirt feel guilty, the location of the phone being dropped was too far from the footprints. I've always followed a line of footprints, so could I talk after the phone fell? Someone picked it up and then threw it over here. If that's really the case, talking endlessly about the phone camera recording something. At this time, Kichi also understood something. After just now, Tan-nak and that Chiba proactively asked to take the right path, perhaps these two people saw something, that Chiba should stop. But Tan-nak is just a newcomer, how could he discover these things? Is the opening already lost to him? Kichi and Yuzuki went to Red Shirt and told him to quickly turn on the video and see if he could record anything. Red Shirt, after trembling for a while, mustered up the courage to turn on the video. The three people were both scared and attentive, looking at the phone expectantly. This is a feeling that is difficult to describe in words. People are afraid of unknown things but are filled with curiosity to learn about these things. The snow in Hazama Snow Mountain had stopped falling, the fog at the West Peak was getting bigger and bigger, the three people focused their attention on the phone screen. Completely unaware of the appearance of an extremely large human shadow in the fog. The video on Red Shirt's phone started when they had just finished dividing into groups, the phone was placed in the windbreaker pocket on Red Shirt's chest. Because he is not short, nearly 1m9 tall, so along with his body movements, the phone camera seems to be able to record everyone else. After dividing into three groups of people, they followed the previous footsteps and kept moving forward. Up to this point, everything was still very normal. Because in the next paragraph, Red Shirt is the one who goes first, so the images that follow are just white snow backgrounds. A moment later, the camera suddenly shook, the image began to blur and spin. This was probably also the moment the phone fell into the snow, after which the image on the phone became black, perhaps because the camera was facing down on the snow. But all three know things are not that simple. The place where the phone was dropped was a very far distance from the road, something must have touched the phone. Kichi told Red Shirt to turn the speed up to triple and see. Hurry up, we don't have much time to stand in the snow like this. Fast forward a bit and Kichi said to stop here, rewind to normal speed, go back a bit. At this moment, someone's voice calling for help came from the phone, help me, please don't go, I'm begging you. It was a girl's voice, Kichi and Yuzuki didn't understand anything. Red Shirt dropped the phone on the ground in fear, it was Suzuki Maki, it was really her. The calmest person in the group of 6 mountain climbers was showing such an extremely scared expression right now. Looks like he was really scared out of his wits. At this time, all the images on the phone have been played. Besides the strange girl's voice, the screen was all black after that. Kichi also spoke up and asked the Red Shirt, can you tell us, who is that person named Suzuki Maki? Suddenly Yuzuki spoke up, wait, the time is wrong. We departed at 12:21, a total of 3 to 4 minutes have passed now. But this video is only recorded for 20 minutes, except for the few minutes we stop recording to watch the video, this video is still at least 10 minutes short. Red Shirt is still constantly scared, originally thinking it was just the sound of the wind causing him to hallucinate, but if it's really as this Yuzuki girl said, things don't seem to be that simple. But if that's really the case, then who deleted the missing 10 minutes of the video? What scene was recorded during those 10 minutes? Leaving those questions unanswered in his heart, the Red Shirt stood up absent-mindedly and said, I have to return to the campsite, I don't want to stay here anymore. Kichi told the Red Shirt, you can come back at any time, but before that you need to tell us, who is the Maki girl you mentioned earlier? The Red Shirt is ruined, why do I have to tell you? Kichi sighed, you misunderstood, this is not my request. It's an order, if you don't say it. As Kichi spoke, he pulled out a gun from his backpack, then he suffered the consequences. Red Hair looked scared when she saw the gun. Don't do that, I said, it's true that in front of guns, all beings are equal. Red Shirt slowly recounted that 5 friends and I actually went to Azama Snow Mountain this time to worship a friend who passed away in an avalanche accident in the past. Tell me that's why you guys came here. Okay, so now let's go back to the barracks first, go there and explain the situation a bit. Red Shirt is as obedient as a puppy right now, 1 yes, 2 yes. Yuzuki next to him spoke sarcastically, so our director Tamakichi also has a side like this. Kichi replied, disappointing a young lady like Lady Yuzuki. But a child like me who grew up from the Inagawa area must have his own rules for survival. Yuzuki shook his head and said, no, I'm really interested. If I have a chance, I'd like to hear your story in Inagawa. It seems that the reputation of the Yuzuki tycoon family is also very famous. A president like Kichi would have to bow and bow before her, so that cannot be underestimated. The following is the story of Maki through the words of her friends. Her name is Suzuki Maki. Friends of 6 of us, 7 of us are from Environmental University. Moreover, they were all classmates in the same course, last January. Everyone planned to go to Mount Hazama together to travel. Originally, everything went very smoothly, but when they reached the top of the mountain, something unexpected happened. We discovered the museum of the legendary Protestant pastor. Tan-Nak and Shiba were nearby and asked, Pastor's Museum, what is that? The White Shirt replied, legend says that in the Warring States era, there was a foreign pastor who came to Totoji province to preach. After that, this person settled in Mount Hazama. He alone crossed the sea to this country. Legend has it that this Protestant pastor brought with him a large amount of valuable treasure. Those treasures, for some unknown reason, still do not appear before everyone and are not spread out. On the contrary, they were hidden by the priest somewhere in the snowy mountains of Hazama. The legend of this museum has been circulating for a long time in the mountains of Hazama. Tan-Nak asked, if so many people know the museum's existence, after 200 years, why are only you people discovering it? White Shirt sighed, I don't know about this, in fact, we may have discovered that museum completely by accident. Just as we reached the top, the wind and snow suddenly became extremely fierce, everything was almost frozen. In this snowstorm, an unusual transcendent road appeared before us. In the snowy wind, the mountain peak, which was originally divided into an east peak and a west peak, gradually reconnected after being frozen. A bridge formed by condensed ice suddenly appeared. Tan-Nak listened to White Shirt's story while looking up at the top of Hazama Snow Mountain, at the Star Ice Bridge. Mount Hazama, this name is taken from its special appearance. From the waist upwards it naturally splits into 2 peaks, the West Peak and the East Peak. 2 towering mountain peaks separate from each other, and when they reach the top of the mountain, they gradually come together. The ridge of the East Peak is as flat as a duck's beak. But the mountain itself is so steep that it is almost impossible to climb it using human strength. On the contrary, the West Peak is much flatter. Even if you are an amateur climber, you can climb to the top with just a little effort. So, according to what White Shirt said, in some special conditions under extreme weather, the gap between the East Peak and the West Peak will, because of low temperature and water vapor, condensed to create an ice bridge connecting it. Two peaks together. White-haired continued, that scene was truly too magical. All of us at that time could not control ourselves and stepped onto that bridge, reaching the east peak without anyone knowing about it. In this place we discovered a door. On that door there were 7 keyholes. But we just discovered 7 keys hidden in the trash around. At that time, we had no idea how scary what happened next would be. When we were about to try using the key to open the other door, something unexpected happened. Maki was the first person to put the key in the lock. At the same time as she inserted the key into the lock, the ice bridge behind them immediately began to collapse. Everyone saw that, so they hurriedly ran up the ice bridge to return. White shirt and Maki fell behind. At this point, the ice bridge has become extremely seriously cracked. The white shirt was one step faster, going up, but the ice bridge surface was left. After the white shirt passed, the bridge had completely collapsed. As a result, Maki was the only one left stranded at the east peak. She begged everyone to save her, but the surrounding place became more and more strange. Everyone was scared by the scene just now, so they all ran away, leaving Maki to stay there for a day screaming helplessly. So it's definitely Maki who came back to attack. She doesn't forgive us. Tan-nak spoke up, Mr. Chiba, something is not quite right. According to White Shirt's words, last year they successfully climbed to the West Peak once. But except for this girl, the rest of the people's expressions were as if they had never been to this place. Chiba also felt the same as Tan-nak. The others seemed to only remember that Maki was dead. The other memories were completely different from this girl in white. So using the memory of climbing the West Peak last year as a milestone, we can assume that among the 6 people, there were awakened people and unawakened people. Unawakened people will only have memories of the avalanche accident that led to Suzuki Maki's death, and the cause of death is vaguely related to them. The awakened person is different. This person knows the entire cause and effect, the process of this event. Even so, like the white shirt right now, it seems that his mental state has become extremely unstable. They had mentioned before that the missing Aocham was the one who started this climbing journey of 6 people. The suggestion to worship Maki was also his, the initiative to lead the way was also his, perhaps he was also an awakened person. After hearing this, Chiba also spoke up, or there could be another hypothesis, the 6 mountaineers were actually the same as Maki. A year ago, they all died. After dying, under the guidance of Thin Yen, they returned to this mountain, but their memories were distorted. Thin Yen's goal is for us to discover the real demon and survive in this place for 3 days. If we emphasize the existence of real ghosts, then within 3 days there will definitely be fake ghosts to disturb our vision. After making the hypothesis, Tan-nak went to the white shirt and said, maybe she was just looking for an excuse, a cover for herself, right? The awakened person represents the person who feels like he is a dead person whose memories of the unawakened person are flawed. Or there has been a fundamental disorder. It is very likely that this girl in white shirt has discovered that she is a demon. Unable to let her continue talking, 5 people in Tan-nak's group were forced to use all their strength to prevent these people from recovering their memories. White shirt kept wondering in his head. Have we really been to this place before? Tan-nak spoke up and said to the white shirt and orange shirt, let's go back quickly, it's almost an hour before the scheduled time. Tan-nak took a look at Cam's shirt. As soon as this guy looked, he immediately recognized the identity of the body at the foot of the snowy mountain. Just rely on the orange-yellow windbreaker? Or did he see something? Returning to Miza and the 2 people in blue and yellow shirts, Miza said to the blue shirt, you guys stay here in your clothes, I'll leave here for a moment. At this moment, the green shirt sighed. If Suzuki Maki returned to attack, would everyone be killed in the end? Blue shirt really didn't want this to happen at all. Right now yellow shirt was sleeping nearby. It seemed like this girl was dreaming of something licking her face. When yellow shirt opened his eyes, he unexpectedly turned out to be the guy in blue shirt. Yellow shirt woke up even more sleepy, angrily pointed at green shirt, but he was dreaming. What did you set the time for? If you dare to do anything else, I won't be polite to you. Blue shirt was scratched by yellow shirt, causing his whole face to bleed, but he still didn't feel any pain. Suddenly green shirt flashed a cunning smile and said, you still don't understand. I like you, he said, lifting his shirt. Suzuki Maki has come back to attack us, no one can escape, he said as he tore Yellow's shirt. Why don't you look at me even once? Why? It's obvious that you know Red Shirt likes White Shirt Chica, but you keep falling in love with him. Huh, this unlucky thing. At this moment it seemed like the Blue Shirt had lost all composure. He raised his hand to mercilessly strangle the Yellow Shirt's neck. The strangled Yellow Shirt really didn't understand. Why did this fat guy suddenly become so agitated? Furthermore, his strength is incredibly strong. Suddenly, the Green Shirt panicked and let go of the Yellow Shirt's neck, because everything around here was covered by something huge. What exactly is that thing out there? What could be so big that it could cover the second tent? At first, the fat man in the green shirt only thought of one person, that girl Suzuki Maki who came back to attack. Or maybe that girl named Miza. She heard movement inside the tent, so she went outside and pretended to be a ghost, no matter who it was. Anyway, now I have to die. I have to satisfy one thing before I die. No matter who tries to stop me, I will not forgive that person. But when Green Shirt opened the tent door, he could clearly see the creature outside. Is it the Miyazaki girl? After that, only the scream of this ungrateful fat man could be heard echoing throughout the snowy mountain. Later, Yellow Shirt woke up after his father had been choked by Green Shirt and fainted. My neck hurt so much, everyone was in pain, no one had come back yet. Was the body pressed by something? Why so heavy? This is the body of the fat guy in the blue shirt. This bastard actually dared to try to rape me. Has he done it yet? I was unconscious just now, so I don't know what happened. What's stuck on my flesh? Why is it so sticky and sticky? Furthermore, what is that fishy smell in this tent? Did this fat bastard pee all over the tent after he acted? I will definitely not let you go, this bastard. Wait until everyone returns, I will tell everyone what a bastard like you did to me. But when I got outside the tent, only then did Yellow Shirt know that the vibrating fluid sticking to his body was Blue Shirt's fresh blood. Yellow Shirt's scream was clearly heard by Tan Nak's group nearby. It's over. It seems like everyone who stayed in the tent ran into trouble. Tan Nak and Chiba hurriedly ran back to check the situation. When I arrived, I saw Yuzuki asking the girl in the yellow shirt, "Where is my friend? Where did the girl named Miza go?" Kichi told Yuzuki, "Lady, please calm down. It seems that the person who happened is not Miza. The new footprint on the other side only went out and never returned. Looking at its size, it seemed to be Miza's. Maybe Miza went somewhere but hasn't returned yet." Hearing that, Yuzuki was able to calm down a bit. Tan Nak assessed the situation of the girl in the yellow shirt. There were strangulation marks on the neck and wrists, and the blood on the body was also very fresh. Shiba was worried about the other girl. The weather was very cold, so he took out his jacket from his backpack for her to wear. Kichi asked the girl in the yellow shirt, "What happened here?" When we opened the tent door, what caught our eyes was the image of the fat guy in the blue shirt who had now become deformed. His mouth and tongue were pulled out, nearly a meter long, and fresh blood flowed everywhere, covering the entire hut. The state of death was extremely tragic but also extremely unusual. The blood still flowing out clearly showed that he had just died not long ago. His chin was forced to break downward. One more thing, what did he see before he died? Why do his eyes show such fear? Tan Nak walked out of the tent when Kichi said, "It was done by demons. This kind of power can only be done by demons." That's right, Qin Nak did not object to Kichi's words. But why was the person chosen in the green shirt? According to the previous judgment, these people were already dead. Perhaps what the demon wanted to do was to awaken the memories of the mountaineers. Turn them into real demons, but now it seems that's not the case, because the demons have actually killed these people. If we say that these students have all died since last year, the way to turn them into demons is to kill them again, then the 5 people of Tan Nak, Shiba, Yuzuki, Miza and Kichi, they will be almost gone. Any way of life in this prayer. But that's not right. Based on Shiba's long experience, she has participated in Thin Yen many times. Even if it is the scariest red elemental word, there will still be a hidden method of survival. Demons are very strong, there is no need to doubt their ability. They can kill anyone easily. But demons are also forced to follow the rules, the fixed rules that Thin Yen has set. If the devil wants to kill people, there must be a cause created. Just now, the fat guy in the green shirt was killed instantly. But the girl in the yellow shirt was not harmed at all. So it was very possible that the fat guy had activated the rule that led to death. So what is the reason here? Tan Nok bent down to observe next to the fat man's body, a wallet, a necklace, a chain of keys. These are the three things left next to the fat man's body. Tan Nok asked the girl in the yellow shirt, "Is this yours or his?" Yellow shirt seems like he still can't regain his composure after witnessing what just happened. Red shirt answered instead, "These things all belong to blue shirt, the wallet and keys are his, and the other necklace is the head of the deceased girl Maki gave him." Kichi heard that and immediately asked, "The girl Maki gave it to? This fat guy and that dead girl had a very special relationship, huh?" Red shirt shook his head, "Actually, it's nothing too special. We're mutual friends. We all have this type of necklace. This is the amulet that Maki gave to us. She got it in the temple." Cam Shirt then excitedly spoke up, "What is this all about? Who did this? Isn't the answer to this question the one with the yellow shirt the most obvious? Perhaps she will be able to give an answer. But actually, in my opinion, everyone here knows clearly in their hearts who did this, right? Anyway, that person gave each of you a guardian necklace. But at the most important moment, you abandoned her." Kichi's words left the mountaineers unable to argue, and no one dared to refute anything. Aokem thought, "Not long ago I had only escaped death once, and moreover I could see the face of that corpse. It was obvious that it was so far away, but I really saw it clearly. It was Suzuki Maki's face. She really wanted to retaliate, wanted to claim everyone's lives. Not to mention Green Shirt's appearance when he died at this moment, there was no external injury on his body, that is to say. Blue Shirt's chin was broken by an extremely great force in the blink of an eye. Is this something human strength can do?" White Shirt spoke up, "How about we go apologize to Maki now, actually before we go climbing? I saw Maki in my dream, she said she's always waiting for all of us." Hearing that, the one who was most worried was Aokam. "What the hell, isn't this a death threat? Why are you saying this now, Chika? Did you really dream like that? Maki said she was always waiting for us, right?" White Shirt continued, "She said she was still waiting for us on this mountain, waiting for us to return what we took from her. We don't deserve Maki's friendship. I think we should probably climb to the top of the mountain, go to the place where she crashed, return this necklace to Maki," the yellow shirt wondered. "But Maki has already become Liqui, she has killed the green shirt. What if we meet Maki on the way climbing the mountain and she kills me?" Kichi next to him spoke up, "If what the white shirt just said was true, then maybe I already know the reason why the fat guy was just killed. Just now he tried to rape yellow shirt. In the process of taking off his clothes, of course he threw aside his wallet, keys, and even the necklace for convenience. Perhaps this is also the cause of his death, but this protective amulet is indeed your protective amulet. Because if you carelessly remove it from your body, Maki will definitely come and claim your life. If what the white shirt dreamed about was true, I think if you could go to the top of the mountain to return the necklace, perhaps this prayer would disappear." Actually, at this point they had no other choice. The only road down the mountain was broken, and there was no signal here at all. Even if it wasn't to lift the vow, it was still necessary to climb to the west peak, because only there could the people at the east peak see them, and then there could be someone to save them at this time. Very soon we all went to Thong Not. This afternoon we'll start the climbing process. Haste is part of the reason. The other part is that no one wants to be in the same place as the fat man's terrifyingly dead body, not to mention the fact that Liqui could come at any time. When this kind of thing happens, everyone in the mountaineering team no longer has any appetite. But Tan Nok's group was different, still eating and drinking well as if there had never been a separation. After all, only basic, real morality can prevail. They finished a pot of delicious curry, and the fat man's body next to them didn't seem to affect their eating mood. Suddenly, Miza, who had been missing since the fat guy got into trouble, had finally returned, but it seemed like she was injured. Her left hand was bleeding a lot. Yuzuki worriedly asked Han Maiza, "What's wrong with you, what happened?" Maiza said it was because I cut my hand. Kichi asked again. "Where have you been, Miss Maiza?" She replied calmly, "I went to the bathroom." Maiza just now discovered the fat man's body in the tent. Perhaps this is the reason why I had to cut my wrists. I hadn't gone too far from this hut just now, but when I turned back I got lost. I couldn't leave footprints in the snow. I lost my direction, so I kept walking in circles as if blinded by a ghost. So I tried using bloodstains to see if blood could be left on white snow, and the result was of course okay. Thanks to that, I used blood to constantly determine the direction, until I was able to return here. All three of them, Tan-Nak, Yuzuki and Kichi, were also quite surprised by this. They didn't expect that being blinded by a demon could use this method to solve the battle, but this method also costs too much blood. After this story, everyone was more or less especially concerned about Maiza's survival. However, not everyone could think of using their own blood to do so. Even if they thought about it, no one would cut it. Wrists like this girl's. Yuzuki bandaged Maiza while scolding, "Are you really a medical doctor?" The basic knowledge of cutting wrists is easy to kill, and yet she cut her own wrists. Maiza applied medical knowledge and said that after cutting the wrist and putting it in warm water, it will be very difficult for the human body to die from blood loss. The success rate of suicide by cutting the wrist is very low, only in movies can it be successful. Yuzuki let out a sigh. "I know you are a doctor of medicine, so do you know what happened during the time you left this place?" Yuzuki then told Maiza in detail what had just happened there. There's also their current speculation on how to break the curse here. After listening for a while, Maiza pondered for a while. "So the idea of climbing the mountain was your suggestion, Kichi. This is a very clear hint. Before climbing the mountain, the girl in white had a dream about a demon, and the way to solve the curse had appeared, right?" Shiba spoke up, "But this time the psychic didn't ask us to deal with the demon, right? She said that she discovered the real demon and survived for 3 days. This was Thin Yan's request this time. There are two possibilities right now. First, a year ago those 6 people and that girl Maki were all dead. What we see now is just a projection of their memories. But they themselves have never discovered that they are demons. But these 3 days will gradually make them discover this. After that our end will definitely be death. The second possibility is that, as they said, they were indeed human, but they abandoned Maki at the last moment. Currently, Maki has turned into Liqui, full of resentment, returning to look for each person to protect them. According to everyone, which of these two possibilities will have a higher rate?" Maiza spoke up. According to her, the first possibility seems more reasonable and likely to happen. Kichi's side doesn't think so. The current situation is beyond doubt, clearly leaning more towards the second possibility. If our companions were demons, then why would the demon Maki kill them? If killing them is the way to turn them into demons, then we have almost no chance of winning. This type of closed-circuit killing is basically impossible for them to stop. Thin Yan will not provide a completely blocked path and let them enter like that. Tan-Nak suddenly spoke up and tore through the atmosphere at this moment. There was also a third possibility. So all 4 remaining people turned to look at Tan-Nak intently. What was the third possibility that Tan-Nak said? Tan-Nak took out his phone from his pocket and said, "Everyone please pay attention to today's weather." According to the phone that Tan-Nak was holding, it displayed. At this time, there must be a sun in the sky. But when all 4 of them looked up at the sky, they were startled and surprised. When did the sun above our heads disappear? It's not just the sun disappearing, this is basically a phenomenon that the wind is about to come. Tan-Nak continued to talk. "Do you still remember the story they told last year?" All 4 of them nodded, even though all 5 of them were divided into 5 groups and separated into 3 different places, but coincidentally they all had their own ways to ask about last year's story. The story involves Suzuki Maki, a group of students who went out on a trip after reaching the top of a snowy mountain when they encountered extreme weather. Then, due to an unexpected incident, he accidentally discovered the legendary museum, and the ending was even more like a TV series. Abandoning a friend in distress and running away. clouds, wind, temperature. If we choose this time to go to the top of the mountain with them, perhaps the same thing as last year will happen, we will encounter the ice bridge they mentioned. Suzuki spoke up. What Mr. Tan means is, are we going through what those people went through last year? Tan-nak said again, not really, more like we are entering their time and space. The first time we came into contact with this group of people was when the cam shirts and the cham shirts were fighting. As soon as I approached them, I felt a sudden change in temperature. The sun also disappeared at that moment, which also means we were from real time. Entering the time and space of these people, it is no longer the Hazama snow mountain of the cool weather we saw on February 1st. But last year's February 1st was when Mount Hazama was about to welcome an avalanche. So the third possibility I mentioned is that those people are not demons, and the girl Maki also does not want to take the lives of these people. The real ghosts that existed trapped them here along with Maki, and then turned into real ghosts around this time. The whole group was quite surprised by Tan-nak's deduction. Could it be that he meant the legendary museum? Yes, perhaps that is the source of the story, but this is only one of three possibilities. All three types of possibilities we have given are possible. So we still need to find more evidence to determine which possibility is most accurate. Having finished speaking, Tan-nak went to the side where the blue shirt's body was to examine. Yuzuki spoke up. I originally thought that last time he was the only one who survived, maybe it was just because he was lucky. It seems like I misunderstood Mr. Tan. Kichi thought to himself, he used the Nine-Eyed Magatama, which was not in large quantity, in exchange for a ritual rite from Thin Yin's past. It is a scroll that records Thin Yin events that have happened, writing down the stories of the people invited in. I've read it so many times, so many years have passed, so many talented people, monsters, and demons have appeared countless times. But among them, there was only one person who left an indelible impression on me, and this person's real name was not left on the past ritual. As it left the name of that person's mask, and that person's mask was named XA, I was also very clear that the mask was not randomly generated. It represents a special physical type of the participant, when the true serpent mask condenses on Tan-nak's face. I paid special attention to show him. I did not spare a large amount of money and possessions, and found countless personal documents of Tan-nak in the aviation company. At the same time, he also proactively contacted Tan-nak at the first time before Thin Yin took place. The first time the two met was not too happy. But now one thing can be clearly seen, the choice of mask is not wrong. Snake with Chan XA, this certainly cannot be a coincidence. At this time, the remaining 4 people of the mountaineering group had finished preparing all their luggage, and the faces of the 4 people were all very ugly. And of course, Tan-nak's group would go with them to the top of the mountain, when they saw that Tan-nak's group agreed to go with them. For some reason, the group of climbers breathed a sigh of relief. At least they weren't the only ones going climbing alone. Everyone left the body of the green shirt and the tent in that position, so the 2 people continued their arduous climbing journey. Wait, start straight to the western peak of the mountain. The sky is falling more and more densely, dark clouds are coming, covering the whole sky. Just like that, a long group of people followed each other through the mountain with difficulty, each person following the other to climb to the top. Ms. Miza had previously injured her leg, and earlier she had injured her hand, so climbing was much more difficult than the others. While walking, the snow beneath her feet collapsed. When Miza slipped, luckily Tan-nak was right behind her to catch her, otherwise something would have happened. Shiba is a person born in Hokkaido, very familiar with the snowy terrain, where most of the snow caves are floating on the outside. Very unstable, it's not clear what the situation is at the bottom of this snow cave, if you're lucky even if you miss. Below is just a small rock-shaking mountain, but if you're unlucky, underneath is an abyss thousands of feet deep, and at that point, I'm afraid it will be irreversible. So everyone, please be careful with every step. If you hear even the slightest cracking sound, don't panic, don't immediately run to the side. Doing so will only cause the snow to collapse faster. At that time, trying to stand still and wait for others to come for reinforcements is the best option. After walking for a while, Yuzuki's whole face was red from the cold and she kept coughing and coughing, feeling very uncomfortable. His eyes, chest, and throat were all hot as if burned. Yuzuki was very unwilling, the tip of his hand was right in front of his face. I've been trying until now, I'm clearly about to reach it, but this body of mine is about to not be able to hold on. When she saw Yuzuki about to fall to the ground because she couldn't stand it, Kichi came to her side to help her. "What's wrong with Miss Yuzuki? Are you okay?" Kichi told the people in front, "I'm taking Miss Yuzuki to rest for a while, everyone go ahead, we'll try to catch up as quickly as possible." Shiba immediately protested, "Even if I rest, I can't stop here, this place is both steep and vertical. Miss Yuzuki, please persevere a little longer, at least you have to find a flat place before you can rest." Maiza walked a little further and pointed to the front. "Everyone quickly look, that place is quite flat, we can rest there." Shiba, full of experience, went to the place that Maiza just tested. "This place is indeed a place to rest. Miss Yuzuki, please sit here and rest until we come back." Looking up at the road ahead, the group let out a sigh. It seemed like they were very close, but the road ahead was getting more and more difficult to walk, requiring extremely good physical strength to climb to the top of the mountain. Based on Miss Yuzuki's current situation, once her feet are unstable, it will likely lead to a chain reaction that will endanger others. Yuzuki also understood these things very well, so she agreed to stay here to rest, avoiding involving others. Kichi couldn't bear to let Yuzuki stay here alone because it was dangerous, so he agreed to stay here with Yuzuki. Hearing that, they all agreed. Let the two people Yuzuki and Kichi stay here to rest and wait for recovery, while the three people Tan-Nak, Shiba, and Maiza go forward. After the other three left, Yuzuki asked Kichi, "Have you and I met somewhere before? You give me a very familiar feeling, like we have met somewhere before, not in this horrible thin yen, but in the real world." Kichi said, "Miss Yuzuki, you are the most noble pearl of the Takahashi family, and I am just an orphan who was adopted at a young age. If it weren't for this terrifying thin yen, perhaps Miss and I were basically two people with two different worlds, and we wouldn't have had even one thing in common. You want to ask why I care so much about you, because I want to pursue you. Your family is a famous Japanese tycoon. If I can get help from the Takahashi family, my career will definitely skyrocket." Although Kichi's words sounded very harsh and straightforward, Yuzuki was not someone who was easily deceived. She immediately realized that Kichi was lying. If Kichi's words just now were true, he wouldn't have approached me like this. Forget it, one day I'll remember where I've seen this Kichi. I'm sure I've had that familiar feeling. Met somewhere. Suddenly, both Kichi and Yuzuki realized that the situation was getting worse, the storm and snow were getting thicker than before. The entire Hazama mountain was about to be engulfed by snow, when suddenly Yuzuki saw something extremely scary. Fortunately, Kichi was nearby and immediately covered her mouth with his hand. If that Cho thing hadn't seen them, I'm afraid life would have been difficult. Because that thing was the real demon, with the appearance of a large entity with white hair, it was walking around this snowy mountain with ease. That is indeed a true demon, but the problem here is, what is the true identity of this thing? Is it Luqui reincarnated from Suzuki Maki's resentment? If it's really that girl, why did it become so big? Kichi said to Yuzuki, "Maybe we have to go." "Can't stay here anymore," Yuzuki said, "but I really can't climb anymore." "No, we don't climb up, we go down." Changing the scene back to the three people of Tan-Nak, Shiba spoke up, "Did everyone hear anything?" Tan-Nak spoke up. "It seems to be the cry of that group of mountaineers. Let's quickly go over to their side to see what happened to this group of people." It turned out that at this time the climbers had discovered a leg in the snow. This was definitely the leg of the guy wearing the cham shirt who had been missing since the beginning. So was it possible that the cham shirt guy was forced to go to the top of this mountain from the beginning after crossing the suspension bridge? Tan-Nak looked at the yellow shirt suspiciously. The girl in the yellow shirt initially chose to stay in the tent because she said her physical strength was not good, but now Leo was approaching the top of the mountain and her face was very normal. Maybe when that fat guy was killed, she was already dead then, what is currently just a demon disguised in her body. Otherwise, how can we explain the fact that the demon attacked the fat man but did not touch this girl even though they lived together? Also, this Miza girl, because her left leg was injured, stayed in the tent, and now she can easily surpass Yuzuki's physical strength to get up here. Before that, she also strangely disappeared for about 20 minutes, no one knew where she went during this time or what she was doing. Maybe she had already been killed at that time, the person in front of her right now was just a fake demon. Suddenly Tan-Nok felt something was wrong. If she was a ghost now, what would I do about renting a room? I still have to rely on her food to get by, so now is not the time to think about that. The yellow shirt's name is Saki, the girl sharing Miza's room. Both of these people are likely to be ghosts in disguise, and whether they are the same demon in disguise or not, this speculation could come true. Aokim now became the first to get excited. I'm not climbing anymore. Aocham obviously knows something, but he still can't survive. This is a trap to lure us into it. Yellow shirt also sighed in agreement with Cam shirt. I also don't want to go anymore. Red shirt heard that and sighed. Okay, I understand what everyone means. Then he turned to ask Tan-Nok's group, what about you guys? Don't want to climb mountains anymore? Shiba replied, no, we did not change the plan, we continued climbing. So the group's lineup once again changed personnel. 5 people continued to climb the mountain, red shirt, white shirt, Tan-Nok, Shiba, and Miza, respectively. The 2 people who don't want to climb the mountain anymore are the yellow shirt and the orange shirt, staying here or going down the mountain. Both of them choose for themselves. After the 2 people in yellow and orange shirts separated from the climbing group, the girl in the yellow shirt wanted to separate from the Cam shirt to go to the bathroom alone. But maybe because he was too scared, Cam shirt insisted on going. According to yellow shirt, when he came to a large rock, yellow shirt said it was okay to stop here. While he was on this side, I went to the other side to go to the bathroom. After yellow shirt left for a while, Cam shirt suddenly had a perverse thought. There was no one here, so it wouldn't hurt to eavesdrop a little or look a little, so he secretly climbed up this rock with a dark purpose. But as soon as I climbed up the rock, this thing suddenly changed. First was the violent shaking of the rock. Immediately after that, the huge rock transformed into the shape of a blue skull. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed Cam's shirt inside. It seemed like Cam's shirt was still lucky enough to escape from the scary thing just now. He crawled on the snow, constantly screaming to save me. Help me, but there's no one around here to save him. Tan-Nok is continuing to climb the mountain as if he had a premonition that something had just happened. He turned back and looked meaningfully, but still chose to continue climbing the mountain and did not turn back. Never mind, we're almost at the top of the mountain. At most there's about 10 minutes left to reach the west peak. At the same time, on Kichi's side, Miss Yuzuki also came down the mountain. Having arrived near the foot of the mountain, Yuzuki still did not understand why Kichi told them to go down the mountain. Is to hide from the demon on the Star Mountain. Kichi spoke after a few seconds of silence, because I already knew the demon's true killing rules. Yuzuki doubted Kichi's words, but he was not the type to joke around. Kichi was famous in Finyen. Although he is not yet one of the 4 finalists, he is qualified to do so. Finyen's position in the innermost 9 people requires one main condition: collecting at least 6 complete pieces of Konok. The number of Konok that Kichi owns is just enough for 6 pieces, but Kichi is very strange. He spent a complete piece of Konok in exchange for a gift with Mrs. Dong. It's a scroll, inside it records all the things that happen in Finyen, but if it was just a scroll as a gift to exchange, it would be fine. Next, he continued to use another piece of Konok in exchange for a prediction ring, which also could not predict the future. Its only use is to help the chosen person know in advance who will participate in the next Finyen. With just these 2 items, he lost 2 complete pieces of fishing jade, leaving him with only 4 pieces of fishing jade and losing the qualification to participate in the innermost seat round. But in return, after having these 2 items, Kichi becomes a most welcomed teammate. In Finyen, he is not the one who collects the most Konok, but he is the one who dares to spend the most lavishly. The props can be changed in that the psychic cannot help us possess superpowers to fight Liqui. It cannot help strengthen any of your senses. At most, it's just gathering some hidden side information, but it's not too important. So perhaps except Kichi himself, no one can understand why he exchanged these 2 items, wasting 2 precious Ka jade. But even though he is a rather strange person, he is not a difficult person to get along with, and his intelligence has been recognized by everyone for a long time. Although I was surprised by what he said, I also had no doubts about the statement itself, because Kichi was exactly like what he said. He's a person who doesn't know how to joke, so Kichi, what exactly are the demon's rules for killing people? Kichi said, before that we were in the tent and saw the body of the blue shirt, do you remember what was next to his body? If Yuzuki remembers correctly, there were 3 things: the wallet, the key and the necklace that Maki gave him. I remember Kichi once said that the amulet was the amulet of the mountain climbers. If they accidentally took it off, Maki would come and claim their lives, right? The reason why Blue Shirt was killed was because when trying to corrupt Cho, he accidentally took off the necklace. Kichi nodded once. It's true that I said that, but I forgot one thing. If removing the amulet activates the rule, then what if we don't have the amulet? That's right, from the beginning, the 5 of them didn't have any protective talismans at all. If that protective talisman is the devil's activation rule, then it's inherently unreasonable, so wouldn't the devil not be able to attack them? If according to what you said, then wouldn't everyone who was trying to climb the mountain to return the talisman to Chomaki be in danger? Kichi nodded once, yes. Yuzuki looked at Kichi's face and eyes and felt extremely familiar. This look was exactly like her father's, a look that only existed for benefit, without any affection at all. So why did you still want to go up the mountain with them? Kichi replied. You also saw that giant demon just now, right? If everyone didn't go up the mountain, then it will hang around the area at the foot of the mountain. So that means, Mr. Kichi, you are luring everyone to attract the demon to the top of the mountain. You are killing everyone by doing so. Kichi said another sentence. What does their life or death have to do with me? I just need you to be able to live. As for them, I don't care. His words startled Yuzuki. After all, this Kichi had seen him somewhere before. As long as she can live, what does he mean by these words? Kichi went on and said, the real gun of the killer demon is the key. The key is in the story of the 7 mountaineers. When they happened to discover the specialist's museum, then at the East Peak they discovered 7 keys corresponding to 7 sockets. Could it be that the real reason the fat guy in the blue shirt was killed was because he threw the same key on the ground? What happened before that? Cam Shirt just saw the body almost falling into the abyss. Red Shirt's phone was inexplicably far away from the footprints. The deleted video was about 10 minutes long. These things are all caused by Ghost's hands and feet, but they are not a complete murder. It wants to lure those people into dropping the key. Whoever lets the key fall from their body will immediately be killed by a demon. I think the guy in the shirt went missing first, and the girl in the yellow shirt said her health was not good, but now she climbed to the top of the mountain easily. Maybe the 2 of them were killed by demons a long time ago. And Yellow Shirt is a person disguised by a devil. Anyone who is alone with her will definitely be extremely dangerous, Yuzuki wondered. So what about the 5 of us? If there was a devil's trigger gun, that was the key, but we didn't have the key in the first place. Kichi said, so this is the way of life, in the story the mountaineers tell. While the ice bridge was broken, there were still 2 people there to open the museum door. One person is Maki, who died, the other person is the white shirt. Their key is probably left at the East Peak. There are only 5 keys left, right? This is our protective amulet. Carry 5 keys with you. The river remained at the top of this snowy mountain for 3 days. Yuzuki understood, which means that people without the key will become the target of the devil's hunt. But what Kichi couldn't expect was that when he opened the door of the hut where Jia's body in the green shirt was inside, he couldn't see the same key anymore. Only the wallet and the pendant remain. 2 other things are still intact. Only the same key was lost, so that means someone else also guessed the devil's principle. Besides Kichi, who is the other person? Kichi understands, he already knows who took this key. Am I looking down on you too much? Mr. Tan Nok, said Kichi while looking thoughtfully at the top of the mountain. Returning to Tan Nok's side, he was now very close to the western peak of the snow mountain. Maybe there's only about 30 meters left, just like Kichi thought. The fat man's key has been in Tan Nok's hands for a long time. It seems like someone will waste their time going on a trip without getting anything, right? then I'm really sorry. After about 2 hours of climbing, Tan-nak, Miza, Chiba and the red and white shirts finally climbed to the west peak of the snow mountain. Chiba was the first person to stand on the top of the mountain, but by this time his legs were already shaking non-stop. Only after using all your strength to hammer the ice chisel into the snow can you consider standing firmly on the top. Tan-nak's physique doesn't seem too big, but on the contrary, his physical strength is very good. Even so, at this time Tan-nak had exhausted his physical strength and was close to reaching his body's limit. After reaching the top, the three remaining people quickly sat down in the snow to catch their breath, cold smoke continuously pouring out of their noses and mouths. The West Peak is a large area, its shape is like a speculum, a rocky outcrop extending quite long to the right. Forming a speculum shape, the ice and snow on that protruding cliff are covered very flatly, and at first glance it feels like there are no protrusions at all. Now look at the East Peak to the right of the five people. Looking from this position, the convergence point of the two peaks is very close to each other. You can even clearly see the top of the East Peak. Like the West Peak, white snow also covers it, making the East Peak gentle. The whole mountain is many times more rocky than the West Peak. Because it was related to the weather, a gloomy fog was surrounding the whole mountain, clearly showing the gloom, but the police were extremely moved. After resting, Red Shirt recovered his physical strength. He climbed to the top of the snowy mountain, as far as the eye could see, truly the natural beauty of creation. Tan-nak looked at the Red Shirt and thought to himself, he seems so elegant, but the shape of the East Peak from this angle, why do I always feel like a giant girl? The East Peak also reaches out to a ledge converging with the tip of the West Peak, as if two hands are reaching out but in the end cannot touch each other. The distance between the two cliffs at this time is probably about 3 to 4 meters, based on their words. Under extremely bad weather, the middle part will freeze, creating an ice bridge connecting the two peaks. But at this moment, suddenly behind them, a sound of footsteps approached, attracting Miza's attention. But when she turned around, she was so scared that she was pale. Because the thing that appeared behind them was unexpectedly the giant demon, it had already reached the top of the mountain. Tan-nak told the group, "There's no way, let's quickly jump over to the East Peak." Red Shirt Fear said, "Jump over there, this distance is too far. If we slip, we will fall to death." According to Tan-nak, this distance is still more than enough to jump. We still have a running area about 10 meters long, usually men jump about 4.5 meters, and women jump 3.5 meters. Our motor ability is above average. Even if our running speed on snow is reduced, we can still gain momentum to jump. Red Shirt thought to himself, "Is this guy crazy? In the middle of these two protruding cliffs is a 1,000-meter-high abyss. Falling down there would probably break your bones." Tan-nak didn't care if these people listened or not. He stepped back to gain momentum and jumped in front of the whole group. With one swoop, Tan-nak successfully jumped to the East Peak on the other side with ease. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Tan-nak standing at the opposite East Peak. He really jumped over, he could really jump over. Although the momentum was not too long, it was still enough. Seeing that the group of people still did not dare to jump over, Tan-nak took a rope from his backpack and tied one end to the rock next to it. Throw one end to the people on the other side. If you're scared, tie this rope to your body and jump over here. Now this is the only way, because the demon is right behind them. We must act quickly, the pressure of the demon behind us is increasing, the demon's speed is very fast. At most in a minute, it will climb to the West Peak and close in on the group of people. There was no time to hesitate anymore. If we all tied the rope now and then took it off, time would have been up. So the next person who decided to jump was Chiba. His jump was extremely high. Suddenly, Chiba successfully landed at the East Peak to meet Tan-nak. The running distance and jumping posture are even better than Tan-nak's, this 4-meter distance from Chiba. It's not too difficult for someone born in the snowy countryside of Hokkaido. Tan-nak and Chiba signaled for the remaining three to do it quickly, time wouldn't allow them to hesitate. Red Shirt said let me try it first to see if it was safe. But in reality, he was afraid that the demon behind him would kill him, so he fought first. After tying the rope to his stomach, he jumped, perhaps because God also hated this Red Shirt owl. So right when he jumped, the wind blew. So, even though the red shirt jumped to the edge of the eastern peak, but was pushed by a strong wind, causing his body to lean backwards. If there wasn't a rope tied to his stomach, if it weren't for Tan-Nak and Chiba holding the rope, he probably would have really fallen to pieces. When it seemed like the red shirt had been pulled up, the snow at the edge of the frozen peak collapsed. Red shirt had another heart attack as he almost fell straight down. He took the climbing tool to steady his body so he could climb up. But this also causes the snow at the edge of the winter peak to collapse more seriously. This also means that the edge of the summit is 4 meters east of the previous distance. But now it has become 6 meters. This has created extremely great pressure for the two people remaining behind, Misa and the white shirt. The demon was getting closer and closer behind. The two people who stayed behind became more and more afraid. The white shirt was already scared blue. Surely there was no time left. Tan-Nak had to think of another way to save the other two people. He took another rope and tied it to the climbing tool. Then throw it hard to the west peak. Tie the rope to your waist and climb over from the middle of the cliff. Touching a cliff will cause injury but will not kill you. But the problem is that there is only one tool. As for humans, there are two people. In the end, the person who moved first was Misa. I thought she was going to leave White's shirt behind, but it turned out she took the other tool and tied it to White's belly. Misa then pushed the white shirt so that the white shirt fell down the cliff. Exactly as Tan-Nak predicted. White shirt hit this side of the east peak. But it didn't matter, there were still Tan-Nak's people holding the rope and slowly pulling her up. Misa shouted to Tan-Nak and the others. "You guys just go ahead and ignore me. I have my own way to escape." Tan-Nak looked at Misa's shadow running away without understanding. What does this girl want to do? That's the road running down the mountain. The demon is climbing. She ran towards the demon again. Ultimately, what do you want to do? Then there was just a boom sound. A fire suddenly flared up on the other side of the west peak. Misa carried explosives up the mountain later. It turns out this is the reason Misa told Tan-Nak before. Occasionally I'll make something up. The noise will be a bit loud. Does it affect you? While Tan-Nak was still thinking, Chiba was next to him. Everyone lie down quickly. Take the chisel and hit the rock. Long Island Expressway close to the ground. The snow is about to fall. Immediately afterwards there was another rumbling sound. The mountain experienced the aftershock of the explosion, causing it to shake violently. Teat, along with countless rocks and soil, quickly collapsed. Don't know how much time passed. The fire had dissipated, but now Tan-Nak was pressed against his body by countless stones. It's too heavy, my body can't feel anything anymore. Unable to move. Breathing has also gradually become difficult. The ice from the west peak exploded and flew to the side. Suddenly Tan-Nak thought about that girl Misa. She is a good girl. Although his personality is a bit eccentric. Sometimes a bit crazy and quite greedy for money. But still a respectable person. Chiba's group was now frantically picking up rocks from Tan-Nak's body to save him. After standing up, Tan-Nak was still seriously injured but now stood up as if nothing had happened. Chiba is fine. The guy in the red shirt was injured in a few other places and bled a little. The girl in the white shirt doesn't have much influence. It's just a little bit of being beaten up. Only Misa was the one who directly detonated the entire west peak. Chiba thought that maybe she wouldn't make it. She was at the center of the explosion, after all. At that time, there was no place to hide. Suddenly Red Shirt laughed. But thanks to that explosion, the demon that was following us just now disappeared. Maybe thanks to that, we are safe for the time being. Listen to the saying of the Red Shirt. Suddenly Tan-Nak remembered what he said before. Thanks to the death of that my girl, we were able to take advantage of 2.5 hours of safety. Then there was Truong Mai's slap on Tan-Nak's face. How strange. Although I still don't understand what Truong Mai's slap represents for Cho. But why when I heard the red shirt say these words? I also feel angry. Really want to give him a fight like that. Am I infected with Truong Mai's personality? Tan Nok walked to the edge of the east peak and then looked back towards the west peak on the other side. The shape of the west peak has now changed. Is it because of the aftereffects of the explosion? In its shape, it seems to be an inverted cross. The east peak is shaped like a giant girl. The west peak is shaped like an upside-down cross. If you combine these two images, it really resembles the image of a girl praying or confessing with an upside-down cross. During the Ming Dynasty, the missionary brought a large amount of treasures and settled in Tat Di district. In the end, what is he up to? The image of an upside-down cross has always symbolized the image of Satan. Sheba, who was next to him, spoke up to call Tan Nok out of his thoughts. Mr. Tan, quickly look over there and see. Tan Nok turned to look in the direction Sheba pointed. There is a door that also has an inverted cross printed on it. Extremely similar to the image of the inverted cross in Din Tai. Tan Nok bent down to look at the remaining traces of this thing. The girl in white also went around looking for clues. When she had just taken 2 more steps, suddenly an icicle on her head immediately fell off. Jumped straight down to the top of the white shirt. Before the moment the icicle hit his head, the white shirt was pulled back by Tan Nok. If Tan Nok had been just a second slower, the white-haired man's head would definitely have been punctured. Tan Nok wondered if this icicle fell just now because of the aftershocks left by the explosion, or was it intentionally created by something else? After a while, Sheba called Tan Nok to a corner and asked Mr. Tan, "Did you see the pattern symbols on the ground just now? Do you have any comments?" Tan Nok replied, "There were clear traces of mechanical friction. Yes, it is an object created by modern people. But Sheba, I think we've encountered the worst situation." Sheba did not understand what Tan Nok's words meant. Tan Nok looked meaningfully at the 2 people in white and red shirts behind and said, "For now, this is just my speculation. Wait until you find the door that hides the treasure in those people's words and then continue." The door? If so, I think I know where it is. Just now, to escape the snow and ice avalanche, I crawled into the other side to hide. This avoids the direct impact of the collapse. At the same time, thanks to that, I also saw it. A door looms behind the rocks. And this is the door that Sheba saw. It was appearing before them. There is also a picture of a shelf hanging upside down on it. But one thing is a bit strange. Didn't the mountaineers say that this door had 7 sockets corresponding to 7 keys? Why is there only 1 lock on this door? Moreover, the 2 people in white shirt and red shirt said they had been here before. Why can't they remember the location of this door? Tan Nok turned to ask the other 2 people. "Do you still have the key that you got a year ago?" Both of them took out the same key from their bodies at the same time. "I don't know why we always carry Theo with this key and never put it down." Tan Nok pointed to the door and said, "Then you 2 should quickly try it and see if that key can open this back door? Maybe I should give you guys a chance to choose. It's your choice, do you want to open this door or not?" White Shirt asked. "Mr. Tan, is there anything dangerous behind this door?" Tan Nok said, "If you don't open it, perhaps you will forever live in this time-space Hazama snow mountain. And if this door is opened, the 2 people can immediately rot and die like zombies." The 2 people in red shirt and white shirt immediately became extremely surprised when they heard that. I couldn't believe what Tan Nok just said. Sheba was equally stunned. "Sheen, what do you mean, have they died a long time ago?" Tan Nok nodded, "Put it that way, but they are not ghosts." Red shirt goes up to Tan Nok's collar. "What the hell are you joking about? On what basis can you say we are dead?" Tan Nok answered him. "Then you try telling me." "It happened a year ago after he returned from Snow Mountain." Anything goes. Listen to this question from Tan Nok. Red shirt pondered for a while. "A year now?" Of course, he suddenly held his head in pain. "Why so?" Why don't I have any memories of the past time? Shiba still doesn't quite understand what's going on. Mr. Tan? Finally, what's going on? Shinyu told Shiba to make him understand. I already said it. Today is not February 1st of the year we are living in. It's February 1st in a different time and space. Start from the hotel. We have entered the space-time of this group of mountaineers. This place is a cycle of death. This door is not a museum door that the missionaries left behind. If you look closely, you can see that it resembles the image of a rack hanging upside down on the ground. This is created by modern technology. The most obvious evidence is the traces of manufacturing machinery that we found under the snow earlier. If there's nothing unexpected. After opening the door, there was probably a man-made tunnel leading straight to the hotel. Before, when I got this key, I was quite skeptical. Although its fabric is very ancient. But it's clear that Cho was intentionally made old. Even the West Peak has this inverted price bar shape, and inverted price bar drawings appear at the East Peak. However, if the price bar is turned upside down, it will easily make people think of images of demons or evil things. But in fact, its name has long been called St. Peter's Cross. According to Catholic legend, the first pope died before being executed. He told the executioner that he did not deserve to die in the manner of Jesus. So he proactively requested to be hanged upside down. Therefore, the representative meaning of the cross given in reverse is humility. I speculated that the truth of everything was that the merchant was at the bottom of the mountain after discovering the unique inverted cross shape at the West Peak. Because in order to create a theme that attracts others, Cho people deliberately created traces of similar shapes, and there were also artificial tunnels for workers. Shiba understood, if behind this door was really a tunnel leading down to the hotel under the mountain, then there was probably nothing wrong with that devil girl at that time. The girl in the white shirt couldn't believe what Tan Nok had just said. She quickly took the key in her hand and ran to open that door. Sure enough, what appeared before her was an extremely long staircase. At this moment, White Shirt suddenly remembered everything. The memories of what really happened at that time returned to White Shirt. Shiba was surprised. So these 6 people are always stuck in a cycle here in Hazama Snow Mountain? But maybe things are really not that simple. Tan Nok thinks things are not over yet. Before that, Cam Shirt suddenly saw something and suddenly fell down the cliff. White Shirt almost got hit on the head by icicles. If we say they encountered an unexpected death. So the fact that Blue Shirt and Sham Shirt were missing from the beginning means they were actually killed by demons. So here, perhaps 2 demons exist. A demon originally resides in this time loop, always using accidental death to kill the 6 climbers. There is another demon. It is very likely that it is a newly born demon. Thin Yen shows this place where it was created. It was created to prepare for the 5 people of Tan Nok. Suddenly Tan Nok remembered something, turned to ask Red Shirt, where was his phone? The phone had that 10-minute video deleted. Red Shirt took out the phone from his pocket and gave it to Tan Nok, then Tan Nok took out his own phone from his pocket and put it in front of him. What is he trying to do? Shiba thought to himself, that's right, before that, why did the devil want to delete the 10-minute video in the Red Shirt's device? Perhaps because the 10-minute video captured the image of the demon. In other words, the phone's camera can reveal the devil's whereabouts, thus proving that the devil is originally from Hazama Snow Mountain. It is very likely that you are in a passive state hiding your identity, and the way to recognize it is to use your phone camera. Only at this time did Tan Nok use both phones to turn on the front camera and then show it in front of all 4 people here. The image reflected through the phone shocked everyone. Because there they clearly saw the image of the demon that had been lurking all this time appear. The icicle suddenly breaking just now was not an accident. It wasn't like Cam's shirt accidentally slipped and fell down the cliff. Everything was created by this hidden demon, everything was single-handedly arranged by this thing. White Shirt wondered, is that something that always wants to kill me? Why? Why does that thing want to kill us? Did we do something wrong? Tan Nok said, not only the Red Shirt's phone can see it, our phones can all detect this demon. It seems that this demon cannot directly attack humans, it can only take other people's lives through unintentional acts. Now we have found a way to detect it, we can determine its location at any time, just be a little careful and we can safely survive. Chiba Tannok's words neither agree nor disagree, but the truth is that there are two demons here, this is only one of them. Tannok said to the two people in the red shirt and the white shirt, "We plan to leave here through this descending staircase, what about the two of you?" The white shirt doesn't know how to answer. And the red shirt immediately said, "I'll go too, I don't want to stay in this evil place for another second." So in the end all four people decided to go down the mountain through this long, deep staircase. While walking to Chiba, he kept holding his phone and opening the camera to search for the demon's whereabouts. At the same time, he also quietly asked Tannok, if these two people went down the mountain, what would happen? Tannok replied, "I said it before." Actually, he also guessed the answer, right? Before that, all 6 climbers were locked in a closed time loop, continuously climbing the climber and then being killed like that. There was no doubt that this was the same demon as the old monkey playing with the souls of the 6 of them. But this tunnel is a completely new path for them, a new world, after they enter this staircase. That means their souls have left Mount Hazama, so they will completely die, which is also considered a release from the cycle of death. But the other 6 people were unaware of this truth. Their memories were disturbed by the demon, making it impossible to clearly remember what had happened. For the 6 of them, I don't know how many times they have experienced death over and over again. Perhaps Tannok doesn't know which choice is best for them. That's why two people in red shirt and white shirt make their own decision, whether to leave this place or not is their choice. Chiba also clearly understood Tannok's purpose. Somehow, from his own unconscious, Chiba felt that Tannok was a trustworthy and extremely intelligent teammate. What kind of person is he? On the outside, he's just a young man around 20 years old, just a student who just finished high school. But he had an amazing calmness, it seemed like nothing could affect his calmness. But in return, he has a weakness in human interaction. When we're together, Mr. Tan's biggest trait is that he doesn't have honorifics, and no matter who the other person is, he always addresses him equally, perhaps even because of the young person's personality. Actually, the reason is very simple. Tannok's Japanese is just enough to communicate, but it's also true that he's not really good at communicating with others. Chiba, who was next to him, could still see Tannok trying to move continuously. Didn't he already discover the demon? What else is he thinking about? This time's vow is at the black level, with 3 pieces of Kannok's eye. In the immediate situation, perhaps Tannok will receive at least 1 complete piece of Kannok. This is a situation that many people participating in Thin Yen Kao Kot have. Suddenly Tannok turned around and asked Chiba, "What are you filming with your phone?" Chiba said, "Isn't that a demon?" Mr. Tan said you can detect ghosts through the phone, and then it has no way to directly attack us, only through unwanted events. Tannok shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant." "Don't you pay attention? That demon's original target was not us." Suddenly Chiba realized that it was true, that monkey-like demon had only targeted these 6 dead mountaineers before, and had never intended to attack Tannok and the others. "But Mr. Tan, so what you mean by that giant demon is targeting us?" "But I remember its target is not us." Tannok sighed. "This is also the reason I have always been confused about. Although there are 2 demons, even though they are huge demons. Or that monkey-thin demon, they all only target these 6 mountaineers, it's just that the way they attack is different. The small demon acts through unexpected situations, while the big demon acts more directly and brutally. So what about the 5 of us? Such demons don't see us, and don't attack any of the 5 of us. What's the reason? Is this really a black-level word? Why does Tannok feel that this time it is even simpler than what he said the first time? After all, where did it go wrong? What details have you missed? While thinking, the 4 of them saw a bit of light in front of them. Could it be that they were almost at the exit? The closer she got to the exit, the more hesitant the white shirt became. Perhaps she also knew that after passing through that light, she and the red shirt would probably truly disappear completely from this world. White Shirt spoke up, "Thank you very much, Mr. Tan, thank you for taking care of us all this way. It turns out that we have been trapped in this snowy mountain for the past year. We hope that Mr. Tan and everyone will be able to survive the ordeal. We must survive." Happily, the White Shirt immediately ran straight outside. "Once outside, I could finally return home." Those were the last words of the White Shirt. Right after that, the White Shirt's body turned into a light and then disappeared in front of the three people, Tan Nok, Chiba, and the Red Shirt. Red Shirt saw that and really believed Tan Nok's words. It was true that they were really dead. Tan Nok told him that he could still choose to go back and let Cho kill that skinny demon. Then he could continue with his 5 dead friends, return to the hotel and continue the climbing journey again. Red Shirt wondered, if so, when a new cycle begins, he will also forget all the memories of this time, right? What will happen to the White Shirt then? Is it going to change into the White Shirt and the magic flag that died together at the top of the East? I'm really jealous of you guys, because you guys are still alive. I'm really scared of death. But I also don't want to live without this meaning. As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Shirt followed in the footsteps of the White Shirt, dissolving into light and disappearing in front of Tan Nok and Chiba. There's an old saying, if there's no life or death, the clouds float 10,000 miles, the water flows long rivers, the Red Shirt and the White Shirt can end their endless cycle. This situation broke the deadly cycle of 6 people climbing Hazama Snow Mountain, which was the destination of Tan Nok's group. The variable brings not only a whole new space in that door at the East Peak, but also brought a huge demon that had never existed before. The demon's goal is to continue trapping the 6 people of the Snow Mountain climbing group in the loop. So that's also the reason why this demon has never attacked Tan Nok and his people once. But what Tan Nok still cannot understand is why that huge demon also targeted the 6 people of the mountaineering group. Not the group of 5 people Tan Nok, Shiba, Maiza, Yuzuki, and Kichi.